today's been a good day. So I hope y'all are feeling it as well. I haven't played any mid-chapter on stream, so let's tackle the updates. Okay, so here's like a summary. We'll get into it, but it's some of the primary notable updates is like heal speed and gen regression builds, and synergy has been really tweaked at least. And also Blood Lodge and Gas Haven have map reworks. Yeah, before I get any of my opinions mixed up. And then circle of healing you can no longer self heal in circle of healing. And Dead Hard has been nerfed to where it is only active on unhook or self unhook. So you can only get it, to be clear, after you've hit at least your first hook state. So, and then overzealous update, which that seems to be, that's interesting to me. We're gonna try that out because it seems significant. You can get like, I think at least 15% gen repair speed, plus 15% gen repair speed with just overzealous, and then on top of that you can stack like what's the latest new perk? It's like friendly competition or something, right? Patch notes to where y'all can see it. Okay. Map rework. Okay, so I have heard that Blood Lodge seems to have a lot of palettes. So I wonder if something is wrong with that. I have not been on the reworked maps yet. Hopefully we can experience that. Maze tile with unsafe palettes and windows was redesigned to be safe and consistent with other maps. Are they talking about that little tiny tile with like a palette on it? That I don't think it was on either of these maps. I think of it being on maybe it was on Blood Lodge. Maybe it was a Blood Lodge tile. I think of it being on Blood Lodge or one of the Auto Haven maps. Updated the placement of the gas station to be more on the side. What? More on the side of map. I thought it was on the side of map already. I thought they were like bringing it inward. Okay. Raise the minimum amount of pallets in the realm to reduce dead zones. Raise the minimum round. I feel like something went wrong there, maybe. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I try not to overinflate what I hear in the community because people can be pretty hyperbolic or like split reaction. I'm just like not completely interested in all these updates. They like hardly affect me, I feel like. But it is good to at least be familiar and like cover all the bases. Like killer interactions, I'm gonna miss this so much. I hope it's not. I don't know, dude. We're removing killer specific light interactions, so no longer the nurse can no longer be light burned adverb links. Hags, phantasm traps are no longer removed by lights. She does have a wipe away though. You can every survivor can now base kit wipe away a trap, a hag trap. Oh, I mentioned that. The wraith can no longer be light burned when cloaked, which like I don't know, man. Wraith seems like a really well balanced killer, and having few things to counter him. I mean, you can like vault between the windows at the start of chase, and but if you're not in a position where you're ready for him, it's like tough to deal with a wraith. If you don't have any tiles around, artist crows are no longer affected by light. You used to be able to cleanse crows with light, big ones or the swarm. Swarm cannot be removed. Dire crows cannot be removed. Spirit can no longer burn the spirit tusk. That was the one you know what? Wesker isn't mentioned on this list. Wesker is you can 100% like cancel his ability with a blind. And I know that because I'm pretty friendly and it happens to me all the time. I'll just be standing there with my tentacle out. Somebody blinds me in. So I wonder if that is still a thing. Decrease the bonus on successful. But like people mentioned they didn't even know it was a thing, so it could be excluded but included, like excluded in the notes but included in the, I don't know, they would have to I feel like they would have to put attention on that. So getting a successful heal or great skill check when healing is now 3% instead of 5% progression. So like what? Like, why would you do that? Why? I guess that's fine. With like hyper focus and stuff, they maybe didn't take hyper focus into consideration and are nerfing it now. Because with hyper focus you get a little cloudy on the specifics. Each token increases the chance of a skill check, triggered by 4%. Bonus progression for great skill checks by 30%. So. Really, 30%? Oh, 30% of 3. What? How? You bring it to a number like that. How do you round it up like that? 3 times 30%. Do you round it down? Because 30%. Wait, no. Getting mixed up. I'm thinking 30% is 1/3 when it's not. Okay. But still. Like 1/3 of 3% is like what? What even is that? What number is that? I got lost. I was busy facepalming, trying to math. So yeah, that's the burn mechanic. General healing decreased. Killer tweaks. Hillbilly. Less heat added upon starting the road to the chainsaw. Oh, wait. So they're actually buffing Curve Billy. Less heat added while revving the chainsaw. More heat added during chainsaw sprint. I'm confused because I mean, obviously, they didn't. They were planning on nerfing the engravings, and they did not because there was a big community reaction, and nobody was asking for that in the first place. Is that why they were nerfing engravings, though? Because I don't understand. Because they want more people to use it? That doesn't make sense as I'm saying it. Well, either way, this is the way the update came to life is better for curve billies and consequences like long map sprints with a chainsaw, which is interesting. And with these changes, I think I still like my build I recently made with the purple add-on. Well, we'll see. I'll have to test it out because that is a build for sprinting with curving. So Pig got a buff. Thank goodness. Pig main. I'm thinking about playing some Pig games. Increased crouch and move speed by 10% was 6%. So now, I was thinking with this, technically, well, okay. It's maybe a little different. But I'm still gonna compare it this way. I'm gonna say that like she gets a free token to play with your food. And so now we can get 3 tokens to play with your food, this token, and then we can also access Game Afoot for 5 tokens and 25%. What did I just do? My screen went black for a second. Let's see. Cenobite limit configuration will now teleport if the Cenobite stands on it for 5 seconds. That's kind of because of Coconut RTS. He like made a build about camping the box and just making the game miserable. But you could still like maybe camp it with Franklin's, but that would be a different build probably. Clown reduces his bottles by 2. Wait. Let me actually read this. Start with 3 fewer bottles, and maximum bottles is decreased by 3. Was... I don't understand that. I don't think I've ever actually used Pinky Figure on Clown. I don't know. Nightmare got blindness buffs, which is odd. Very odd. But now you can stack these 2 add-ons to get... Oh my god. 2 minutes and 30 seconds of blindness on survivors. Mean. Wait. Well, no, you can't stack 2 of them because it's triggering a dream. Oh, dream snare or dream palette. Okay. I thought this was just dream palette for a second, but it's both. You can stack this. And then Oni increased movement speed while absorbing blood orbs. And yeah, you can stack these. I might mess around with that because Oni seems like I can let it all hang out on him. You know, he's got good traversal, and I can just kind of like make goofy builds. So to do this with like play with your food, I can like get play with your food. There was actually a build that I was thinking of running this on with basically like the fastest Oni build that I had with the speed increases on dash and then play with your food and like Dark Devotion, I believe. And then Executioner, he's been touched. He got some spices sprinkled on him. No, it's like insignificant. I remember reading a note in like the PTB saying how like the killer instinct from the Scarlet Egg, like this was from the devs' perspective. They were like, the killer instinct from the Scarlet Egg um, is not very useful info to follow up on, and then like the punchline was instinct increased by 3 seconds, and it's like, what? How does that help the egg? Because I wanna run a double egg build on Pyramid Head, and it's just, I don't know. Maybe we can figure something out. Perk update: Scourge, Pain, Resonance. You now start with 4 tokens and are limited to that. But it's basically a full. It's basically you have an extra gen if you use your tokens to their maximum efficiency. If you down a survivor and you're like, okay, a gen should at least have 25% of progress, let's take it to a pain res 4 times. So you have no tokens, pain resonance deactivates for the rest of the trial. Gearhead got an update, got a buff. After a survivor loses a health state by any means, Gearhead activates for 30 seconds. While Gearhead is active, but every time a survivor performs a good skill check while repairing the aura. Oh, while repairing, it is specific. I thought it was just a good skill check. The aura is revealed to you. Darn. I thought it was like a really big buff, but that's just very situational. Because if it was just skill check related, you could synergize that with so much, like healing builds and stuff. Interesting. Circle of healing. Any survivor within the totem's range gain a 50, 75, 100%. So they did buff it from what it was. I believe Circle was at 33% additional healing speed. And now it's back to 100. So although you cannot heal yourself, team healing is you get. I'd assume you get the buff from team healing plus 100%. So ultimately, I imagine it comes out to like 125. Medkits do not stack with Circle of Healing. And injured survivors have their auras revealed while in the totem's range. So now it has kind of like turned a bit more into like a safety zone, and it's like okay, so if anything goes bad, you meet me back here. I'll heal you up. And to that extent, I would say if you're gonna run Circle of Healing, run Shadow Step with it. Dead Hard, we already talked about that. After you're unhooked or unhook yourself, press the active ability, and it's dead hard. Overzealous, after cleansing or blessing any totem, perk activates. Your generator repair speed is increased by 8, 9, and 10%. This bonus is doubled if you cleanse / bless a totem. That is so good. Cleansing or blessing a totem. Oh, cleansing or blessing a hex totem. Okay. Stipulations. Gotta be specific. Okay. I literally thought Overzealous, the update we were getting, was just you can bless a totem for 20%. Like, generator speed. I was about to, like, oh man. That would have been ridiculous, right? No way. But still, 10% for cleansing. I wonder if you get the 10% for blessing. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. You still get the 10% for blessing. Oh my god. After cleansing or blessing any totem. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So yeah, that's still like well. Oh my god, plus 25% gen speed. I want it. I want it. I want it plus like a hyper focus. Oh my god. Wait. Stop. It doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop there. That 25 wait. 25% plus fast track. Can we? Can we do that? Let me get a fast track reminder. Gain 3 tokens. You consume all tokens after a great skill check on a generator. Each token consumed means 1% bonus progression. So, yeah. Gain 3 tokens. Consume at least 3 tokens when activating. So, 3%. What? Wait. Wait, no. Surely not. Wait. I'm doing multiplicative. If anything, it would be additive, right? I think. No. No way it would be 70. Bro. If that were the reality, I think I'm just kind of glazed with and not doing this math right. Okay, let's continue on. Call of Brian after kicking a gen. I wish they had their Killer got like. So ultimately, I feel like Killer got a buff this patch with healing. That is my first whatchamacallit, initial reaction, and I still haven't felt contrary to that. Even though gen regression builds have definitely been like thrown out the window. Because I guess we've just learned that if players can take it to that extent, they will, and they'll make it their build every game. Like I don't understand it, and like so I can't really put it into eloquent wording, but we don't need to read this. It's all nerfed. After kicking in gen, this perk becomes active for 60 seconds. The gen regresses at 115, 120, 125 of the normal regression speed. You can see its aura in yellow. Each time a survivor completes a good skill check, you receive a loud noise notification. It's kind of weird that this is still here and like they reworked Gearhead to also give a sort of info but different. I mean, I guess it's at least different info, which they do a lot. They'll do like different varieties of info with similar perks. Overcharge. So this one kind of got me. Overcharge, like it just kind of made me chuckle. Overcharge a generator by damaging the generator. The next survivor interacting with a gen is faced with a difficult skill check. Failing the skill check results in additional 2, 3, 4% loss of progress. Succeeding the skill check grants no progress, but prevents the explosion. After overcharge is applied to a generator, its regression speed increases from 85 of normal to 130 of normal. Over 30 seconds. Over 30 seconds. Let me actually do that math. And by me do the math, I mean pull up a calculator app. Cause I wanna know what that percentage is per second. What would that even be? So you have 45% difference. So I'll do 45 divided, or wait, yeah, 45 divided by 30. So 1.5 percent increase per second. So you would need. I'm just gonna say like 14 seconds. 14 seconds to get to normal regression. So if a survivor is there, if a survivor is there that can do overcharge skill checks, and it's just a good survivor, they actually win the gen. Right? Right. I mean, you can like physically camp it. You can just like become a statue and watch over the gen, but what if there's two people? Oh my gosh. Overcharge is kind of useless now. It's like negative value. It's like you need 14 seconds to be normal. 14 seconds like rev up time. And then what? And then like 4% loss per. I need the comparison. I haven't been using these, so I don't know what it was. But I know these are like significant nerfs. Very powerful. Same for medkit updates. I don't know the numbers, but I'm pretty sure they're significant. And I was looking at these, and all these say, new unlocks the self-healing action. Does it mean you can just self-heal without using the medkit? Is that what that means? What does that mean? Like, why is it new? Unlocks the self-healing. Of course you can self-heal with a medkit. I don't. So I guess that is worth looking into. I haven't heard anything about about this, if it is a thing, if you just unlock. Because if having a medkit on you gives you self-care as a perk, hey, that's rad. I like that. And I don't think that's super. I don't know. We'll see. I don't want to say too much, but it's probably not a thing. I'm not gonna look at all these medkit differences. It's 35. It's 25. It's Gideon online. So healing others better. Healing yourself worse. God. Yeah. Now it's just self-care speed. It's just self-care speed. What? So is medkit only for teammate and then you? Because if so, that's interesting. It's at least interesting. Because you bring your medkit in for your teammates, but in the case you're like the last one, or you can also use it on yourself. The intention. Increase the bonus skill check size. Increase the bonus skill check size. Increases the chances of triggering a skill check. Increases healing speed by 10. Was 15. Ah, poor medkits. Not really though. Styptic. Press secondary action button while healing. The Styptic agent is used on an injured survivor. They gain endurance for 5 seconds. Was 8 seconds. Nerf to Styptic. I didn't know that was a thing. Gel dressing is now iridescent. That's kind of odd. Abdominal dressing increases healing speed. Or one of them. I don't know. One of it. We have like two Eyries now on medkits. It's on. Oh, and yeah, automatic, quote unquote, automatic blood web. After reaching Prestige 1 with a character, the blood web for that character will contain a new center node. Pressing/holding, and it will automatically claim as much as possible of the whole blood web. The automation will prioritize perks first and attempt to spend the minimum amount of blood points second. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, that puts a couple of my complaints into perspective. This will stop if you run out of blood points, but we'll continue with entities. No. I wish you could like mark add-ons that you wanted. Also, I think they should have put this update in before the Prestige rework. You know what I mean? I think that would have benefited them. And Visual Terror Radius Edition. So it's like not a lot of significant like game and perk tweaks, but actually a couple significant changes that will affect the game ultimately. Yeah, reverted the PTB updates to do engravings. Anonymous mode is now available on consoles. Cinematic video files are now stored in what? The undetectable effect now mutes the audio. What? Oh, wait. I'm trying to understand the terminology because it's just not something that. The undetectable effect now mutes the audio progressively. In all cases, to mimic the killer moving away. Interesting. So that's a buff to Skull Merchant. That is a buff to Skull Merchant. Most people, I haven't heard anybody talk on that either, but that's significant. And also, I think it probably affects Sadako and other. Trying to think of any other significant additions. Ghostface a little bit, maybe. I don't know. So to be clear, when you go undetectable, instead of like a cutoff in the audio, it's gonna be a ramp down, as if I'm like making distance. That's cool. That's very significant. That's like a very very silent buff. At least it was included in the notes. At least I read that. Shoot. So we have new Gearhead. And I had like Dark Devotion on here before. It was fun for... Let's see what I do. I like Skull Merchant, man. I've been having fun with her ever since she dropped. But like, for... Sorry, I'm just thinking, I'm trying to think of how I feel about like, what was I saying? Oh yeah, they're gonna, like, this synergy. Like, it's already extraordinarily difficult to hit the skill checks, and now I'm gonna be able to find, like, Gearhead's kind of scary for, like, good survivors. Because it's like, oh, this guy's doing good, get him out. Get him out. Close the window, I'm getting chilly. Gearhead's definitely like, I don't know. It's probably good with this combo, but it's probably much better on other characters like Nurse, for example. Ooh. No, I thought I read that they like updated Skull Merchant's place animation. Place it outside of the garage. Alright, I see some skill checks going. Was it not on this one? It's been... Might as well be in here. Man, they just hit a skill check. As they were leaving. Why did hers pop? They're all spread out. Please. They reset all the controls. So now it's like push to kick. Or like I gotta hold my buttons. I gotta reset my controls is the main.
Playing with my kids.
Weird. I thought I saw her, right? Wait, what? What? I did see her there. Oh, she's sprint bursted. Jill is all stealthed up. Oh, did she take the? Okay, well I mean. Oh, I got stuck on the window. Or I hit the window. At least I got 2 aces. When do corner techs work? Tell me, please. Ayo has the games going? We just started. It's like my first games. It's going, it's going. How you doing? We chillin'. Just trying out this new meta. So we have to take out that way, which means haste for me. It works. New meta, yeah, just like, new way to play. The new vibe. Hell nah. For the rare. What's the new meta? I don't know what. I mean, for killers, I think a lot of them are really like confused with what to do. A lot of killers that are just like overcommitting and tunneling for like a 1k. So I think as far as the killer meta, it's all about chasing. Oddly. Majority of players are gonna have to readjust to playstyle. Everything's so spread out. It's like something. Okay, they're healing out here. This is the new meta. Just watch me play, and that's it's the meta you didn't even know was meta. I was just reading through the patch notes, and there was something very very hidden in there, and it was about undetectable, and they changed the undetectable noise to ramp off instead of cut off now. So so like when I walk into this drone, if somebody's right next to me when I just went undetectable, the audio won't cut. It'll slowly ramp as if I'm like making distance on them. Which is pretty cool buff. That like wasn't a selling point. I've heard nobody talk about it. I don't think she's dead. This match I think is continuing. I let her go earlier. Road! Need to go undetectable. They're going for the save in the back. Can't put no drones down here. Behind something and I lost vision. Undetectable has been like couple major buffs, and it's interesting. It's like on the nose ones, or non on the nose ones too. Like kind of like the stakeout hyperfocus, patch nerfing. Or like I felt when like hyperfocus and stakeout was a big meta, that was also kind of like an inadvertent buff to stealth killers, something to like bring them in line a little bit. Because of course, like stealth killers won't activate stakeout. When stakeout or when hyperfocus first dropped, I was like really concerned with it. I was like, gens are gonna be so quick. Oh. The Gearhead info was nice. We did act on it. I think it helped. But they were playing it smart. They were like split pushing, solo drains against merchant. I think that's like the first, the first merchant match I've actually like not gotten a 3K. But not very much. I guess the build didn't save. I went into customs and I was trying to see if Thwack and Spirit Fury worked with her built-in, her like base kit Disillusion. If somebody has a claw trap active and they vault a pallet, it'll break the pallet. But it does not count or like synergize into any of your perks. Ooh, okay. More Gearhead builds. Gearhead with Dark Devotion. And what? I could do Darkness Revealed too. Yeah, that's good. That's good. If I have Hysteria, I don't need Dark Devotion and vice versa. Vice versa. How's your 420 doing, Ramen? Did you see Sons of the Forest got another update like yesterday, question mark? Something? Kelvin can now carry 2 logs. Oh my god. What a man. Oh, I was gonna go for lethal actually. Gonna swap out for lethal. Yeah, we can check it out this weekend if you want. Do another Saturday Sons. Sons of the Saturday. I don't know. Spent most of it with family, so didn't get to celebrate until half an hour ago. Well, pretty much same here. Not with, I haven't been with family, but stuff to do, you know. celebrating together. By killing a bunch of survivors. Not just kidding. So that was new. Autohaven. I don't know how I feel about it. I should have gotten legal, but I could just find a locker. Can I find a locker? Value. It's the locker that brought me here. Trying to give you a shave. Didn't we see a Renato? Wasn't there like Renato here? Oh, I hear it. Oh, there we go. Whoa. Oh yeah, we get those. I have recently learned to do those. I hit one of those like half map. I was like, oh, you can do that? Okay. Noted. Oh, that was close. She don't know, but Meredith this one. I love this info. This for me? It could be even more informative. Lethal. Instead of like, I guess instead of Iron Maiden, or I could do it instead of Dark Devotion. I'm a Dark Devotion trim. Oh, that's not. Oh. Really like that. Launch it. Oh, nice. She running. Reading through the Sun's patch notes. My favorite note is added some text to the golf course. Oh my god. You didn't see that. I read through it a little bit, but I didn't want to spoil it. Couple of surprise patch notes are always good, depending on the game. In a game like this, I like to know every single decimal patch note. Where are we going for it? But somebody else is coming. Yeah, he's gonna bring the Charities over there, and they're gonna be tears. No. Go. The other way. Go the other way. Why are you throwing that? Have better resource management. Come here, bozo. If we can pick up the ducks and take them with us, if they're like a resource like skulls, our new. Oh my god. I'm thinking about the possibilities. In Fallout, like 3 and 4, 3 in New Vegas and 4. I had a thing where I would collect all the teddy bears. Everything okay? Every teddy bear I found, I would collect and take home with me, and not sell or lose or crash. And I would just drop them in individual stacks in my house and like. Thank you for the quack. I appreciate it. Yeah, did you see that? I got some airtime off me. Slam dunk hooks. I want an army of quacks. Yeah, we could. The thought I had that immediately made me chuckle is just filling our lake with little ducks. Oh my god. Just the water just becomes like a yellow pool from a distance. Guys. I'm gonna need you to run. Hey. Ah! We gotta try. That will be one of our sub-objectives when we start. Oh. I'm excited that I'm like actually happy that we didn't get everything done for stream. That like it's actually taken us a bit of time. I'm too far right. That would have hit though. Was that alive? He lied in. Dude! I love that he's just like still running out in the open for me. I'm gonna need more info in like 5 seconds. Now. Army of whack. I was watching probably one of my favorite content creators. Well, just yeah. A gamer that I've been with for a long time. Oh my gosh, play Sons of the Forest for their first time today, and I was like, oh my gosh, I want to play some Sons right now. Yeah, they were into it, and I was into them being into it. I was like, oh, glad other people like this game because everything. For like an early access title, I think it's but I try not to give it like too good regards before we hit like a landing, you know, before it sticks landing. I don't know how something would go like so far south, but They're all on this dog. This build is really nice though for info. We got a new sniper build. Oh, that was way too high. Too high. Not a bad thing, unfortunately. It's a great game. The building has been fun. I've had too much fun with the building. And like I've had so much fun with the building. I'm like, can we build on this building? Can we like have more features like mechanics? Building, give me some PvP building or something. Twist. I came as an architect. I love design, like so many aspects. Architecture was probably one of my first interests in the field of design, or at least like consciously. And nowadays I'm just like, everything's design. If you intend it to be. 'Cause design. Okay. So I read that the automatic purchase, it prioritizes. Well, but wait a second. Okay. So it said the automatic purchase prioritizes the least expensive, like, blood web. But let me look at. Let me just do this a couple times because I feel like it takes. It'll go in like split directions when. Generally what I do is like I'll focus like that's a bad example for least expensive. I'll focus branches and then I feel like the entity will block off much more of that. Learning. Who would have thought that my blood web purchasing needed more technique to it? Bro, I'm actually seeing the matrix of these purchases. But now that I have the button. blood points on these blood points. That was a fun one. We were just chucking at hatchets while chucking and chatting. I could do lethal, but I feel like I don't need it. Darkness, I can trigger at the start pretty easily. And yeah. If I was running lethal plus darkness, and like I would initially go off the lethal value, and then I wouldn't use darkness for a while. So I feel like this way I'm like utilizing my perks for my the best I can.
Best I can.
Being smortical. The throw speed was nice last game. I wasn't thinking about that as an add-on, but it was really nice. Alright, let's not go easy on these guys. No 4-man escape. I wasn't necessarily going easy on the last people, but at least let them live. Yeah, at some point I wanted to be like a contract or like an architect, and then I don't know, it just feels like too specific. I've done like a fair amount of hand drafting, and it's which is like preparing detailed and accurately upscalable plans and stuff. And it's like, oh man. There's like easy programs that'll do that. Like there's like nowadays people use like computer aided drafting for architecture and stuff like that, but there's always a charm to analog. I should have used the info. Fuck. Reveal to me my enemy. 1, 2, 3 skidoo. Where the friggin' stairs? Bachelor's in Fine Arts in Interior Design. Ooh, that's pretty cool. But I never completed it. So I went to college for a Fine Arts degree too. I think I got like 2 point. It was like a condensed trajectory. All of these people are committing. It was like a condensed degree path. So it was like a 3.3 projected graduation, and I was like 2.8 years in. Got very depressed. Love my architectural drafting class. Honestly, like every one of my drafting classes have been so chill. Like the instructor, the students. I don't know what it is. Oops. I thought there was a lot of there. Yeah, it's both demanding and really enjoyable. I don't know. Nice. You got away. Expecting there to be a window here. Or duty. Excuse me? Going up. What goes up? Let's come down. Sorry.
Yeah.
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 He didn't like that joke. I also took I took a drafting class like pretty recently, like a couple of years ago. I can't remember what it was. It was like a mix of analog and yeah, trick shot. Trick shot. Through the hole. It went through the hole. It went through the hole. Oh yeah, one of the projects I did in my recent AutoCAD class was like I created a tiny house, like a tiny house blueprint. Which was a really fun project, honestly. And I would live in it if I could. I made. I made the plans and everything, but I didn't go as far as I didn't go as far as like identifying the materials and what the cost of materials would be. Which would honestly be a fun project. I did not know Jenkins. Stitch. Man. Wanted to give her some distance. 420-69. Blank. Her blank. Oh, I forgot to check out the new cosmetics. There's like, yeah, I can check out new cosmetics and also the rift. What? You like this shot? Oh, I hit the bar that time. Wait, come here. Let me show you another spot. Show you a better spot. Is it? Crouch right here. Crouch right. Yeah. Oh, yeah, right. No. Go to, yeah, no, yeah. Yeah. Funny guy. Man, I said I was gonna kill him. Well, I killed one. She was AFK. What are you doing? This man can entertain me. Where am I going? Okay. This like this. Oh my gosh, I'm all out. Oh, Ooh, that's even tougher, I think. That's even tougher. Right in that spine. Through the bars? No, it was so close though. It took me a minute to line that up. Come on. Wait, how's that TV on? It's not even plugged in. He's looking. Oh yeah, I can go through there. No, I don't know. No. If I was DEATHSLINGER, yes. I'm like crouching my head IRL. It's not gonna work. This is so funny. Where are we going? Are they trying to die or what? Oh, don't die! Plot twist, I would have deleted. Oh. Do some Slinger games before Lily actually like play around. Find some pro spots. Oh, she got her head. Yeah, the hatchet too. That's fucking. That's insane. Thank you. It was fun playing. Hit a clap. I cannot type. Holy crap. Carnveal target game is James McCrapes, yo, Renato, my man. It was fun playing with you. Looking for little spots. The little narrow bits through the crates. I don't think those were possible, but with Slinger, I know those were possible. So after do some Slinger games. It was worth trying. Yeah, I was like looking for other spots. It was fun. Fun messing around with that. Can you tell when a huntress just wants to like play hatchets or what, you know? Because I feel like some survivors will definitely notice, and then they'll be like, "Hey, come here! I got this spot for you." Like, I read you. Great huntress skills for real. Thank you. She's been so fun lately. A switch in my brain flipped, and I'm like, I want a P100er. I like didn't really care about prestiges, but I'm like, no, she deserves it. So I'm working on her and Wesker. Three ashes are. Did they join separately? That noise. I think it was a neighbor. I don't know what that was. This build is super fun for Slinger snipes. So we got the whiskey and the badge. So minus 12 tear radius when aiming down sights, and then minus 8 on top of that. So minus 20 if we're just aiming down our sights, not in a chase. Which means we're approaching survivors with a 12-meter tear radius, and our Redeemer shoots 18 meters. So we can shoot somebody outside of a tear radius and pull them in. So fun. And then that with what you gonna do when I approach? Oh, we're going to Springwood. Minecraft villager noise. I don't know if that's gonna be good for me. I can't think of like too many tiles or interactions where that would help except for like second story building in some cases. Oh, actually, in front of preschool too. That would counter that loop easy. Which is a pretty popular one. And nowhere to hide is gonna like totally be useful on this map with all the 2 stories. Whether it's preschool House of Pain or 2-story. Should be interesting.
Alright, class, listen up.
I'm your teacher for the day. They call me Mr. DEATHSLINGER. We're like at a preschool too. I was leading. I don't know if he actually saw me or not. Was he trying to pour the people? Oh! Oh! Ash's scream sounds pretty normal. Pretty unchanged. Oh my god, I missed point blank. Surely he was. Do it for the jump scares, anyhow. Oh, he didn't go for save. Let me get that. I feel kind of dirty about that. Alright, he's gonna hit me, unfortunately. Okay, he ran right by me. No! I'm so bad. I'm rusty, not bad. What? Oh, they're all down here, I think. Awkward. That was interesting. He tried it. Anybody around them? Hey! this game. I think we still like plenty of time to pull it back.
Hey! Oh!
If I wanted to be smart about it, I would break out. Let's see. It stacks from here, that locker move. If I had like maybe re-lunged, if I didn't chain him in all the way, maybe that would have worked. Maybe it had worked on somebody else. But not me. No! That must have been like 1 meter short. I don't know how long preschool is, but
Yeah! Hey!
I love the mini game of reeling and like. Slinger is jeez. I can't tell. There's too many ashes. I feel like Slinger is really like kind of underrated in. Down here. Oop.
Come here.
Let me grab you. Wait, he's in the hole. Walk in front of me. I don't want to have to. Is this the same Ash I've had cornered, or is this just the same interaction on a different person? I'm gonna shoot your nuts off. No, you're.
Yeah!
Tour of the school. Some corn dad. He's got the box.
Hey! Oh!
Let's go. What room am I in? Turned around. Literally turned around. Coated fire. Chicken. Yeah. Oh, hey. Rude. They made Ash's hair look good. Yeah, looks like he got some visual updates, and I'm excited for his to get his Rift cosmetics. And he has like new audio clips in the lobby. There's audio clips from him and Ashy Slashy. There's his little puppet. Seems like they updated Ash, and I also noticed that Ada's hair looked a little updated. I wonder if they updated the characters or just like updated something about the hair, because he did have For the People, darn it, dude. That would have been fun to see. If not, I would have like insta down. Reactive self-care. Metal man, actually not horrible. Not a horrible idea. If your teammates, oh yeah. Where was the Metal Up Man? Metal Man versus Slinger is so easy to proc because if you stand by a survivor and then get shot, you activate one metal stack, and then if a Slinger reels you in and then hits you, that's a second stack. It's amazing. I wish I had seen that. Noticed on 8, it looks like they like added like a feather detail to the hair. It has like a gradient to it. Before the little tips were like, well, it's just weird because from some angles it looks defined, and then there's like light passing through now. It's interesting.
Looks good. Looks real good.
It looks pretty realistic. Or in some ways. There's certain angles that you hit where it's like, that looks not realistic, but it still looks good. Okay, Rift Cosmetics. I feel like there should be a Rift button, like we have. Put a Rift button.
Time to save the day again.
I'm not big on this one. I want a different mask. I hate her base cosmetic. It's so ugly to me, but I saw a really cool redesign today, a like concept redesign where Skull Merchant actually had like a skull mouth built into like it was cosmetic, but she had like a skull face type jaw built into her mask. I'm having a hard time describing it, but it was really cool. It was a really cool concept. Please. Kinda cyberpunky Renato vibes. I'm not huge into like these cosmetics seem kind of in line with the last rift where it's like kind of medieval-esque. It feels not of the time. Except this like hairstyle clashes with the outfit. I like the hairstyle, it's cute though. And this is a recolor of like, it's actually cute. I don't remember the stars on the shade. I'll compare her actual outfit. Shade of this. Yeah, this doesn't even have stars on the back, so it's like you pay for this and then like a year later you get a free reshade that looks even better. Rough. Kind of new trapper outfit. It's like a reshade and then like plus some. It's like I don't understand if this rift is like cyberpunk or it's like medieval. It's like medieval punk. Medieval cyber medieval. Okay. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. She's got some really bright color outfits, and it's fun to have more that colors on her.
Ultra rare.
Go. This vibe so weird. I love this, the visual effects. It almost makes me feel like this should just be in his base model. Right. Little late for a cosmetic rework for Doctor. A little late in the line. I have to rework all his cosmetics. And then kind of Chi-Chi Jeff outfit. I don't know my Cheech from a Chong. That's Cheech, right? A charm of like what? I know what it is, but like why? A charm of Skull Merchant's like arm weapon. Huge white or like reshade joint. We've hit just about everything, but that being rift. I do like this. The blue on Herman. Better than the other hair, I'll say that. Oh, he very slashy. I didn't realize those. His cosmetics. Energy prod. Ooh. I guess that's what we have to keep us occupied for 90 days till the anniversary. Jeff is Chong. Oh, okay. Okay. Saw a TikTok today where Jeff had that skin and their duo was Jake dressed as Cheech. I'm trying to see if I can think about that. What that would be. I haven't even really like watched any of those movies. Does Cheech Maroon have a beard? Or does he have like a a little stash? I don't even know, man. I don't even know what they look like. No. I need a picture, dude. I can't go off my memory for this. Oh, it's Cheech Marin. I thought it was like Marone. I thought it was Owen, not Ion. Cheech Marin. I don't even know how to. And you need a little beanie too, right? No, I have no idea, dude. Yeah, he does wear the beanie. Okay, okay. Not crazy about that. Okay. You could do this, but no, like this just looks like Cheech smoked something else, you know what I mean? This almost works, and then you got like the samurai bun. Almost. He's got like reggae colors. I feel like I could read this if somebody was going for Cheech with this face. I think that's probably like the best one for me. Or that one. Jake could look like Chong too. Yeah, I mean, kind of that one with the beard. Actually, does kind of remind me of Chong. Kind of. I don't want to be insulting, but he's got a bit of gravity to his face. I'm so glad that killer incentive is on while I'm playing right now. I feel like it's been so super undersided for the... Because I feel like killer is updated, so killer is buffed, or in a buff state in general. Aside from not being able to like exploit a 3-gen. Is a really good time for Plague, but like you don't really heal versus Plague, so I wonder if she's very affected by that update. had this new build on her anyways. Gearhead. Every time a survivor loses a health state, Gearhead is activated. They gonna be sick. Ooh, okay. I put this together and I don't know if I realized it. I was thinking of it. I was like, how can I activate Game of Foot and get Dark Devotion activated with Sickness? Injure them once. Make sure they're contaminated. Leave the chase, and then once they become fully infected. Wait, no, that doesn't work. Potentially, maybe they would heal, and then they would become infected, and then Dark Devotion would activate. I don't know. I'd be down with some Plague. Interested in more ranged plays. About another Huntress game. That was chill. We chilled with it. I feel like Huntress games are like really chill, but also fun to watch because you can see some cool plays, and even if you're behind in chase, there's like the means to catch up with the single hatchet. Locker. I don't think I even turned my head far enough to look at this one. Visualize it. Nice. He scared me. Jumped at me. He was coming right at me. I just keep him here? You're mine now. Okay, that's I won't be that toxic the whole game. Toxic. 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 Light. I lied. This is how you win games. I have such a mix of feelings right now swelling up. Oh! These guys probably hate me, dude. Dark entropy. Trap survivors in the corner. Yeah, if I wanted, if I was only concerned with 4Ks, that's how I would play. When I activate my ultra killer instinct. Oh, I thought the hill thing was there. Oh, that's a tree. I gotta go between the trees. Oh, that's a hook. That hit, that hit the James, but I'm so scared of me now. Love Bill's name. Oh, I'll slap his nuts alright. Oh, that would have been so cool. Hey, he ran to the right instead of the left. Oh, I was hoping Leon would move. But I hit the wall anyways. Ooh, that would have connected for sure. I thought he was in the locker room. Don't ever play the small pellets. Like, get away from there the second you can. normal speed killer. I don't know what to say. Space to leave. Oh shoot. Oh jeez. Did he go out the back? Bro.
Countering my rotations.
No way, that hits too high. Darn it. Somebody else behind. Folk stacked up. This build is so fun.
I'm a huntress, mommy.
Holding that shit. Doubled up scream. I couldn't go for one. James's scream is so Oh! Get off that jet. He thinks Leon's still here, even. Yes. This is like the first like actual. Oh, I could have hit that. Those dice are pretty good. It's been a while since I've had to actually. I'm missing those. Got two correct reads and just missed the hatches. Oh, that's way too high. See them doing things. Ooh, that was so close. And he's injured too. Who has so many hooks? Is it Bill? Have I not hooked Bill? That's not his nuts enough. So I feel like I hooked Leo. I'm out of hatchets. You could have made it. I don't know what to do here. I'm gonna see some testing to see. So Leon has two now. I'll let them unhook. And then we'll figure it out.
Run, my pretty son.
Let me open the door for you, sir. I just had to slap you nuts around. You know how to be. I thought he was closer at the gate. I wanted him to open it, but still like hit him. For the win. Knock it off. Where is he going? Bro doesn't understand when he's being let go.
Eyrie, you Leon.
How's the mic sound? I was looking at one of the VODs and I was like, mic seems quiet. But I think it's because we had game audio too high last time. I think I usually run it at like 60 or like 50. I'm gonna take it down to 50. Cause like I be watching a lot of DBD and sometimes it's annoying that I feel like I can't have the audio on the TV because of all the screaming, you know what I mean? It's just like I don't want people around me to hear screaming coming from my house all day. Let's play some Buggy. Left Buggy. So we have increases crouching and uncrouching speed, so we can get in our stance quicker. And then it goes wrong. See if we can get 3 stacks to play with your food, a stack of game of foot, and then we're 10% faster. It's like 1,000,000 stacks, basically. Thinking about playing some Hades or something. I don't know. Would you want to game with me, Ramen? We could also do some like remote play. There's a couple games. There's one I just thought about that I've had and not even tried. It's like a classic RPG open world type thing where you make a character, make like a dungeon class character, and then explore the world, and it's like very, what's the word? Lots of options. It's like in the vein of Dungeons and Dragons, I'd imagine. Divinity Original Sin or something. Thank you for letting me crawl out. Yeah, I'm just slapping your nuts around, you know what I mean? I was trying to be cooler about it, and I thought you had more progress on the gate. The first like engagement when I threw that one hatchet and it hit, I was all out of hatchets, so you could have put a little more pressure on the gate. But what I wanted to have happen on that second time you were at the door was I wanted you to like open it and then have the hatchet hit, so you could like crawl out and be like, I escaped. But Ooh, yeah. She did not. And I did with that dash hit, so. What are we doing? Yeah, hopefully you're having some fun matches. Hopefully that last one wasn't impressive or nothing. I accept feedback. Careful. Played Divinity before, it was fun. Be down. But we'll have to take a rain check for now. No worries, no worries. That's cool you've heard about it. I like got it a long time ago, and I knew it was multiplayer, but I couldn't figure it out, and then I realized that, oh, you're supposed to use remote play. Why am I on you? Realized after using remote play, I was like, oh, that's how you play. No way she doesn't simulate crawling. About my spacing, I think I could have pressured her out. There was a second where I think she was actually reacting. Whoa, she went through. I'll take it. Brutal. Trap is active. Is she in the locker? Does she have like dance with me or something? Spooky, spooky. Piggy sneaking. also played Pillars of Eternity and Baldur's Gate, which are very similar. I have not tried either of those. I feel like I've seen Baldur's Gate, but I can't. I guess we'll rotate the obsession. Put a head trap on her, because this is the one that's about to pop. I love like classic RPGs, but I don't play them very much. Like, they're more fun with people, and I rarely get the chance to like play with groups. There was the one like actual kind of like D&D. What do you call that campaign I've ever done? Was like a Fallout themed one with some friends. I saw her like hide there when I was cutting back. What was I saying? Played a Fallout themed like D&D session. It was really fun. It was really fun, but I only got like a couple sessions with them. I always wanted to do like actual D&D, and I think I went to like class maybe. I'm sure you're loving it. Ooh, Miss Amy Tobin's playing some. I run a D&D campaign? Oh wow, you're like a then? That's what that means, right? I thought you like crouched here for a second. Oh, for tokens. I want ZOOMIE crouchies! Ooh, I'm gaining on them while crouched. Foot. Oh, she got stuck. Oh, stop. Whoa. I don't know when we return to the old chase method, but like, we're there. We're there. Like, it's confusing to me. I thought they reformatted the chase to be kind of like distance related. But I guess moonwalking and chase for stacks is still something. See, like, I think I could just, yeah, trigger it, go out of range. It's like a mix of both. I guess they both apply. What? Now I can't activate chase. You like the little piggy roar? Hey. And then with the dash, it works really well with play with your food. So even though this is like a bit of an easy build, it's actually nicely synchronized. Token. Chase. I thought Chase was activating when I was in crouch. It was, right? I haven't played Pig in a while. I don't know the rules anymore. The rules are I win. I try to make it a song. I love like doing it to a rhythm. It's kind of difficult. Trying to do Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. It's like piggy beatboxing. I like to tell survivors I'm singing for them. Okay, so yeah, it's not activating. There might be a peculiarity about it. If they have a head trap on, it might activate chase. That might be what it is. Because that kind of makes sense to me, honestly. Fast, if not faster. He's looking behind her.
I'm in a bush.
Bam! It's Shia LaBeouf. Shia surprise. Shia surprise. Imagine if you hooked right next to it. It's happened too many times, you know. That's like, you gotta elevate your comedy. way to sink to the lowest common denominator. I'm just kidding. That's like on par with when a killer takes you to hatch and you know they're gonna shut it in your face, so you just lay there, and then they're like, come on, what are you doing? Crawl the hatch. And then you crawl the hatch and they shut it in your face, and then they start going, "You're such an idiot." It's like, oh my fucking god. Just give me my BP. Let me go. It's like, this is the 10th time today, bro. You think you're real funny, you're real original. Yeah, it happened to me too many times, exactly. It's just like... There's such a, like, perpetuative mentality in this game, and it's so poisonous. Like, I mean, it's gotta be from, like... I feel like it comes from outside of the game, you know? And it's just like a society thing. But, so many times in endgame chat, I've had the killer be like, "Sorry, I was so toxic, but my killer didn't go easy on me," or like something like that. It's like, bro, have some self-awareness. Can't have awareness for anybody else, so have it for yourself.
Logan! Logan, hello.
Bruh, what? How's your day going, man? What can I get you started with here at the arcade? Let me top you off with a killer. Please select from my fine catalog. What are you feeling like today? We can do some more Huntress. This is my new build for Huntress right now. Gearhead. Gearhead, Logan. After a survivor loses a health state by any means, activates for 30 seconds. Every time a survivor performs a good skill check while repairing. Bam! Hatch. Hillbilly? Okay, I'm done. I'm down. Hopefully, I did change back. They like reset all the controller configs, and my heart sunk. I thought they removed the option to do Q&E, and then people were like, no, they just relocated the settings, and you have to. I haven't reassessed the settings folder, but I re-enabled the Q&E, and this is my Billy build right now. I'm all ears to help me feel comfortable with doing engravings, you know? At least if I'm missing my engravings, I have like the aura info to be like, okay, you messed up, but you could have curved left a little bit more and you could have gotten them. It's been working out. And then Dark Devotion to like, you can apply with M1 and kind of like leave the situation. It's kind of cool. I don't know. It's been working out. And I recommended this build to you, I think, so. Would have been so mad if they took that right after I figured it out. It's probably really helpful. How did the rest of your Billy stream go? I started stream while you were playing. I ended up doing like basically a stream of like my favorite builds. Oh, they all left me. Why did they leave me? Just trying to milk them and bring them milk. Frog beans. I feel like it got a lot better after that stream. Did you get any curve hits? Did you get any good curves? They sense the toxic milkman. No! I am the best wholesome Billy. I have a couple like I usually run what in my head is like the Chad Billy. And then he's got like the honey hammer drip. Oh, he's so sweet, but I feel like Milkman is a little more inviting. When you're it's like not significant, but for players, I would like if you're warming up with a killer, I would recommend like wear like pseudo friendly cosmetics, something that doesn't look like police. I like almost attribute my success with Billy to being Milkman, because I've been doing like pretty decent, like 3Ks and 4Ks in the most recent history. Few curves, but a lot of good snipes. Aren't the boots so nice? I love the boots. Without turning, I suck for traversal Billy, but with turning, I'd be all over the place. And then they nerfed traversal. He overheats quicker now with the update when going further, but when you're just revving, it's less of an overheat. So oddly, there is like incentive to do curve Billy now. It's ironic that we were like worried about it being there. Game with me, just a straight saw. She crawling fast. She got tenacity. Did it without the boots, dude. I was so proud of myself. Not gonna lie. Yeah, it feels good. Getting the swords. Getting the swords. All sword stuff. Ada. Oh, darn it, dude. Trying to go on the outside so I could hit me. Oh, I curved too early. Oh, this. I gotta warm up again. A game afoot. I got haste. She seems fast too. She got tenacity, she'll get up. Hey. Hey. Who that? Felt good. I'd be terrified to go against your Billy. You gotta be you. You gotta respect Billy. If you're not respecting. And it will anyways, even if you aren't respecting. Wait, I thought I just saw it for like this split second. Nice shot. Thank you, Wii Sports. Nice on. Oh, I curved too much. Curved too much. throw that. What? I don't even get that pallet.
I'm here. I'm coming.
The Eyrie is doing a 420 stream. I mean, we all are if we're streaming today. Like literally, and probably also in this one.
It's 420 for everybody, brother. We share this planet. I'm here. Yeah.
Purple boots. Give me that juice. Boiled up. 420 glaze it. Bro, donuts have been on the last night I was up all night because I was just craving sweets and I was just not willing to let it go. I was like, no, just no. Like I don't want to be addicted to sugar.
Let me loose, demons.
Unshackle me. Where'd you go? Forget. I have to hold now because. Where'd they here? Where'd they go? I hate when. Somebody was on the gen. Hey y'all.
I'm here.
You guys got any good sweets today? I don't want to kill the Eyrie. She's actually on death loop. I'll be right back. Oh, Logan, they where did I hook him? I don't remember where I hooked him. Fuck. Plus 10 wood. They buffed undetectable. So now instead of a quick fail, the sound will transition. It'll fade as if killers make a distance on you. Slight curve. I'll take it. Today I prepared made leftover. Oh, made leftover enchiladas. Some break time. Some. I don't know why I got off that thing. love purple boots, man. that cooldown felt so long. Where'd you go? Spin myself. Ada! Woo! U-turn. Take a U-turn here. Michael, there's no road here! Somebody's going for a second. That was close. They would have made it out. Good job. Oh wow, Ada. Jeez, dude. And we got everybody but 2 hooks. Like, look at that. Look at that. U-turn! I wanna be able to get a U-turn on this, because that would be crazy. I'm very sure you can do it, but I just don't know, like, the timing of, like, curving. GG's. I like milky. That's for you, Logan. Nice cock. Feels good. Logan, I kind of want to show you getting three knights out at once, but I don't want to use that in an actual match. But I could show you some other stuff in an actual match. The Rune build. Logan, what's your thoughts on Rune? Is it good these days? Are you a doubter? Tell me. I don't play Knight very much these days because he's still super broken and deserves like an actual kill switch. And I will show you why, but not till the end of the match. But I can show you other reasons where maybe you might want to kill switch. You can still plant the guards on top of elevations, and like for example on Eyrie, I found that interesting because you can go, even though it doesn't last long enough, you can go onto the 2nd floor and you can plant guards on the railings of the 2nd floor, and you can have the path extend on the railing, and they'll track on the railing, and of course anywhere that they can see, they can, like, if you go into the range, they'll come and meet you. So interesting. got some console players, so they can't yell at me in the end game. They can only yell at me in chat. Ruin is equal to or greater than pure shite. Well, let me show you. Just don't let him cleanse it. Face the Darkness is like so good for that. So good, so good. Do you run Face the Darkness ever? It's like I've been getting into like audio info, and Face the Darkness will give you like 2 seconds of aura reading, but it's hard to see because the scream indication is one of those notifications that like makes like the black orb or whatever. I still don't understand. Like, bro, like info shouldn't also like obscure my info. Like, what the fuck? So I got my Carnifex out. Kind of want to get rid of it. Ooh. You fail at your job. There's somebody here for sure. Let's make him scream. Get assassinated. Oh. The spirit pressure is too much for him. Oh, he threw the pallet. Smart. He knows that move. Throwing a pallet will not stun a guard, but it will cause them to path around it these days. Didn't And I would never tell anybody that tip because I don't recommend it. Waste spells. Tell me. So we get 2 of those in a row. Yellow add-on adds a second assassin in the rotation, and the purple add-on makes survivors scream within a certain radius of us. Good retribution info to follow up.
Watch this.
He's smart enough. Yeah, Hostina's going first. Delicious nut, thank you. Oh, that's so good, nut. Going very nice this match. Man, the killer they hate. Yep. Cleanse my totems, will you? Cleanse your life. Alright, we got more assassins. Assassino. Logan, 5 gens, Logan, 5. Are you doubting? Rune isn't even up anymore. I could have prevented that if I wasn't playing around with it. I'm not even worried, you know. It's not about winning here.
Community. The nut is good.
I would love to be able to use my ability inside of it. All right, I can show you guys right now. I messed it up. There's a little one. I went too far, didn't I? Okay, one guard. Oh, I messed up that one. Wait, where'd he go? Oh, it's because my add-on. So you can get 3 guards out, but if your guards have a double rotation. Oh, I'm messing it up now. Okay. I just can't really tell what that is. The whole thing is like if you do this out the window, which is partially what the exploit initially was for like teleporting to. Well, now I just goofed it up. But see, I already have assassin active, and I'm like sending out another one. Wait, you can't have 2 of the same? Oh no, that's jailer. Okay. Shit. But you can have 3 guards out, and then on top of that you can Mori, and the Mori brings out 3 guards. So what I wanted to do, look, what I needed help with, that I had an idea with, is like taking a picture with six guards out, and they're all like, they're all wearing you. I think that would be great. And then send that to behavior and be like, this is an issue. Gonna start a petition for a nice kid Shadowborn. They had like increased POV for. Man, I want to get a Mori, but they've been. Okay, well, if you're still just. I low-key thought we had 2 players left. You should just go in customs. I was trying to get it against some bots, and it's like they're not cooperative. I just really gotta face the birds. You got some. I wanted to show you something cool with Lery. It's gonna be tough, but I can on the hill. all wrong, man. Practice, but it's not something I really want to practice. There were people like practicing the teleporting I saw for the night. And I was like, oh, really? It was like really popular. For me, I think that's one of the reasons why so many people hate Night is. I can't get this. Let's see if I can at least get this. Placing guards on top of objects. Let's see. Oh, that felt like something. See? Stuff like that. And then he'll be stationary. But sometimes they'll drop off the lip if it's not good enough. It's like a merchant drone. Except fatal. Except actually fatal. I was talking about, before Merchant even came out, I was like, I would love a version of this where I can like set my guards down and not have them be on a patrol path, but just have them be standing still. And you can, but it's great for me, baby. I do want a Mori one. I haven't made up my mind if I let him guard. What you got, buddy? What you got? Oh yeah, I was saying about the Shadowborn with the I'm not very bummed out about that one. I kind of felt bad for him. I rushed him down at the start. I enjoy Knight and I enjoy playing him because I can like, I actually feel like I can split between two people, put out pressure, but people really are clueless how to play against him. Nobody touches the flag. Nobody touches the flag. I think he's kind of fun. But like from a survivor perspective, I don't mind being chased by him. I always forget about the flag too. I have too many videos I need to make and I'm way backed up. But like survivor tips. I think something that I might do first is just like make little short clip tip movies for like TikTok or some shit. 3 tips for looping killer, or 3 tips for looping Knight. Number 1, don't forget about the fucking flag when you hear that horn. You're out of there, baby. Number 2, help your teammates that are in chase. Take hostage of the guards. Number 3, run tight loops. Or tight loops. The Knights are really stupid when it comes to pathing, and they will get stuck on objects just like Nemesis zombies. Even if they're faster than you, if you run a tight loop, yeah, they're all faster, I think by a small margin, but some will not have the means to catch up, especially if you loop it tight. And then yeah, I don't think that throwing pallets is necessary. Knights used to teleport through the pallets, and then when Knight was buffed a little bit, they at least did that. Didn't think it was necessary. I honestly thought that the guards, like, my first impression was that the guards needed a buff, because you literally can outrun any guard if you know how to just play against the Knight. But that's not a horrible thing, like, in terms of balance, you know? It's like kind of fair that you can outplay the ability, because it's like a split, like it's an ability that could potentially take 2 people off of gens, you know? So it is very strong.
What should I do now?
You should make tutorial videos for YouTube. I need to, but there's like so much that I need to do. I've been catching up with like title cards for all my videos, and like having everything uploaded on a monthly basis where I can like put a title card to it and then have it upload with some like vague outline of what happens in, like, those are just VODs that I'm doing it with, but I always have like little side notes at the end, like make this into a shorter episode, or compartmentalize these into like a compilation. There's too much to do. I'm at least like catching up with the VODs channel, and then I can not escape to working on the VODs instead of actual video content. But it'll feel really good to have that all organized. Like on a rollout schedule. What do I do now? Wesker? I just want to see some whiskey. Or I could do some twins. I was thinking about twins. Or we could do some Swift if anybody. VP incentive.
Share my knowledge on YouTube, no thanks.
No, just kidding. I'm just like super critical of myself, and I'm worried about perceptions a little bit. I'm worried about too much, but it's all just like excuses I need to get over. Put my face out there. As a content creator. 4, 8, 12. Wait. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 20, 32, 33. 33 killers, and I don't know who to play. Mainly because there's too many choices. I like Nemesis. Walk. Pass it, take a P head out of it. Wow. Kind of feeling like rushed down, you know what I mean? Like,
Wish come up.
so I was thinking about something. I was thinking about an combination that just like I was watching Alcran, who is a Wesker main, and he was going through every possible add-on combination, and he I was watching his matches, and one of his matches was Jewel Beetle with video conference, and I was like, Beetle giving a video conference, I love it. So I want to make a build out of that, but let me get some water. I'm dehydrated. How eerie. I usually like to start my Wesker games with 2 dashes. Hey, I should have just thrown her for contamination just to let her know that it. Maybe I don't need the second dash, but I don't like it. Oh no! Good Oh, good call. I was kind of surprised I could use my second dash. Wasn't sure how that worked out. Nice thing. I actually could use that. I hear Mama calling. Oh man, they're done. I haven't gotten a single dash, man.
You'll pay for that.
I'm doing so poorly. Bro, I'm down to just blue, but fucking shit. I was trying to get a slide off that, but I fell. Fuck!
Wesker shit the bed.
Oh, I got us done! Maybe he's just gonna fake the window that time. Getting some like that. No, I need an egg right now. I need an egg! So I can hold myself a little longer. embarrassing. This is the worst I've ever done as Wesker, period. We all have those. Getting stuck on every piece of geometry. Welcome back. Bro, I'm like visually chasing him. The fog's actually removed.
Just
the worst Wesker game I've ever had.
You disappoint me. Is that
Whack
the
value,
best?
baby!
I'll see you dead.
Barbecue wouldn't have given that. Floods wouldn't have given that. It's like some of the only in the book you can get like right when you hit. Get the gato. Nice, good troops, good troops. I'm about to play with some eggs so I can bait out these tenders. No, it didn't work. All my hype about it towards Logan, it didn't actually. But with brutal. Fuck, even when he doesn't do it coming.
Playtime.
Oh. Endgame snowballs with Wesker is thing. Throw it back, Wesker. Geometry was weird. I was trying to dash into it on purpose so I could quickly go into the second one. I kind of just want to hold the time, keep the time going for a little bit. I can keep her in here.
I expected more.
As far away from the gates as possible. That would be the time to go for it,
Is that all you have? Tournaments indeed.
The time is ticking down. If I can keep them engaged, focused off the time, which I think they're probably looking at right now. Steve is here, Steve. I actually might get all 4 of them just for timeout. Yeah, I get 3 of them. No! Oh, 2. I had some cards and I played what I could. If you knew, you should have. No, you should have done better. Oh, okay. Challenges. Fair. I always think it's funny when people are like, "Oh man, I knew this or I knew that." It's like, well. Off to bed now. Thanks for hanging out, Ramen. We can do some foresting Saturday if you're down, or some divinity or mix up whatever. Saturday gaming. Hope you have a good, cozy, warm, comfy cozy synonyms, but sleep. Comfy, cozy cinnamons. Hey, up this weekend? Why does it? Bro, what is wrong with my bot? It's like, hit you up? Sling? Sling? Bro, I don't ban you for threatening me. Just kidding. Oh, Darnies, GG. That was a fun match. That was like my worst Wesker game ever. But at least I caught up at the end a little bit. I've said it before, but my bot is a Victorian prude. Here's something I wanted to do. I wanted to play Pig on Gideon. There's something specific I wanted to do. I was thinking it was with the Mori, but it's not. It's not. What I want to do is take somebody to the toilet and then put a head trap on them and give them like a swirly in the toilet. I just want that. Just get that as a clip. I used to have so many fun toilet interactions on Gideon, and then they nerfed toilet so you can't get on it as killer. You could never really climb on it as survivor, but if a killer picks you up and drops you on the toilet, yes. But not any. Let's do some twins. Claim to be twins, so let's see how this goes. Let's do some thwack. Hell yeah. Thwack with like. I was gonna say thwack with brutal, but. Isn't necessarily. What are some other good perks for twins? I always like stuff that can synergize with Victor, so like Force Penance. Third Seal, Dark Devotion, and whatever else I had on here I think was also functional with Victor. Whoa. Victor was like on Charlotte's shoulders for a second. Third Seal and what? Oh geez, Plaything. That would be terrifying. Ooh. I'm gonna try Undying for the value, and it's probably gonna get destroyed in like 5 seconds. Or actually, Face the Darkness. Face the Darkness. I'm doing Tim and Eric mind blown galactic brain things with my hand right now. With Hatchet Killer Shack, right? I want to learn more like interesting twins nuance, which like I feel like would primarily like rely on Victor and projectile mechanics, but the build we have on right now is like Ninja Victor. If I'm charging a pounce, he'll be silent, so I can charge, and then much like how I play Slinger, or I was playing Slinger with the silent aim build. Victor can aim down his sights and go completely silent. Interesting. I'm interested to learn if they fixed the kind of like map collision on me. To be able to like see through walls with Victor. Let's see if I can approach this whole way. Yeah, surprise. You're running. Surprise. I feel like I know R.P.D fairly well. It's got simple spawns. Wait, was the gen going? Forced penance, I'll give you forced penance. We'll let him take the hit. This love killed me there, but alright, Lery's going down. I'm gonna counter with her instead of like chasing Kate. What? That's good info. Beautiful info. You like it, brother. She's in below me? In a locker? Inside me? Came all this way. It was a good start. Now they're like spreading the heck out. I'm gonna have to like slug. Bring them in. Fuck. Oh, darn it. Yep, you still see through the walls and floors and everything. Hey, she went upstairs. Bro, my tracking match is horrible. The fall killed me. Victor takes fall damage. Bro. Not cool. Don't like that. Here. Going for a save, but it's just keeping me distracted. No, how did I? What? It's interesting at least. Right here. Whack. What killed me? Bro, I got sniped by a TF2 sniper. Ocean again? Oh, you're not gonna kick me? I think they're getting, yeah, they're reviving. Dark Devotion? It's active, that's good. Where'd that thing go? Okay, something else. He does not see me. Finally becoming a degen twins main. Society has made me this way. Nice, nice. Good one, though. Take a couple steps. Let's get some info. She does have a lower, so there's a oh jeez. Trying to get out of it. Not gonna lie, I kind of had fun with that. I don't slug often, but I decided to lean into it, and it's like, oh, that's the tweens. She's there. I'm trying to get away so I can leave. just do this. She's like literally trapped in the center. I love the honeysuckle. It like reflects the environment too. I did like one day of drawing at the end of stream. I should bring it back. I don't have. Do have a couple things I need to draw for like title cards. I'd like to do some more alt streams. Should I? We'll play a couple more games and then maybe swap to Hades. Let's try a flick head. Booga mabooga. Can do. Everybody who's named 420 today, I'm just like, did you change your name for the day, or where is that? Was that already your, like, identity? The 420 guy. There's the links. I had like a small little cold brew at the start of stream, and now I feel like super dehydrated.
Fill her up.
So like this building used to be over there, you know what I mean? And it throws everything off. What? What? Well, not hitting, but I'm getting things. Hitting is not hitting. Ooh, that'll do. Ran out of juice. Right, that one's right. No. No? Is this range? I don't think this is range. One might be range. extended time on the trails. The trails. Where's your brain? I'm gonna booga this mooga. Flick on you. Oh, that was a horrible flick. Oh, she got it. That was good. Little Meg. Oh, that was a good play. That she was doing good for him. Left? Just want to be a quirky little boy. All quirked up on a Thursday night. Where is the cage? Is it over here? Are we like? Now that everything's rotated, I'm just really thrown off. Let me just break this freaking door. Okay, that's where I thought the cage would be. I just couldn't like. I didn't know where we were. I feel like I needed to lean forward just a little bit. Ooh, I could have gotten that. But I did not. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Didn't. Yeah, it's so weird how just like rotating one building on the map will. Oof. No, I'm doing 180s. Bro, I'm not. I'm trying to do 90s. I don't usually get 180s with flicks. I usually get like 90s. Too strong. Too strong. Just gonna end recording yourself. Hit a cage for me. Sure. I don't think they even notice me shoot at them because they're walking. Runs through. Oh, that was too far. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. Because I get to cave her and send me back. Bro, I can't hit any of these things properly. Alright, oh, I thought they'd at least gonna be there. See if I can go find the cave before they can. Or as they do. Found it, found it, found it. What the fuck? As you can see, I'm like shaking with my Probably got the other gate prepared now. Okay, what I just realized. So I always wanted a head animation, a head non-animation on Creamer's head, and he doesn't have one, which means they don't know when you're looking away. Direct devotion's gone off. I could also Morage White right now, but oh, so close, so close. He's dead, at least. You used to be able to get those. I don't know when they took that out, but I learned it recently that you can't get. Man, I really wish they would put that back. Feels bad, especially knowing that I used to be able to kill somebody when they're. Nice. Okay. Love me some spicy end games, you know what I mean? Sore loser? That's I don't even like think in binaries like that, like winning or losing for this game, but it's like that wasn't a bad match. There was no foul play. Wasn't camping woods, wasn't camping cage, which you can definitely do because cage doesn't give you borrowed time effects. Oh, it was one range and one duration. Okay, yeah, it did feel a tiny bit more. Pyramid Head was the first, or maybe not the first. I've had a couple mains, but when the Blood Web Prestige rework came out, I was like, I want a P100 Pyramid Head, but there's other killers I have more constant fun on, like Wesker or Huntress. Still a fun match. Scarlet Egg. Wait, what? What? Okay, this add-on got buffed, right? Like, wait, let me double. Oh my goodness. I thought this add-on got buffed by 3 seconds, not changed to 3 seconds from 2 seconds. Increases the duration of Killer Instinct. Right? It used to be 2 seconds, right? Feels like such a tease to have like Pyramid Head quote unquote like touched in any way, and it's just like, really, like that's the thing you're gonna give Scarlet Egg 3 seconds. Oh, okay. I am getting it. I get how I misunderstood that. Increases the duration. So when they said they were increasing the duration by 3, I thought that was the buff being added. So I thought it would be the buff plus whatever was base. Sag. Get total saturation with like all barbed wire, whatever it's called. What even? Tormented? Torment. For a split second, I wondered if you would get Gearhead auras when phasing, but I really doubt it. I don't think so. I don't think you get any of that info. Somebody today, I forget where it was, but they said like Slinger, and I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But I haven't tried it.
Bahum, Dingir, Okura.
Hematite seal. Increasing the duration of the infection is really nice, especially since I like to play. Just spit on stuff with the meme add-on.
Mehr Bahum, Dingir,
Oh yeah, and then that's something for money, right? Whack on Oni, holy shit. Holy shit. Holy moly. Bruh. Yes. I like this. I do. The only thing is if Dark Devotion's active and I knock somebody. What's my terror radius? Okay, okay. It is the same as Zombie's terror radius. I don't know why I thought I was like nerfing my terror radius. It's localizing it, which could be a nerf if the Dark Devotion is over in a corner when I down. Nobody's screaming. It's also kind of a gamble because it could be somewhere useful. It could be being healed by a teammate and then they scream. I feel like this build would also be good with. You could swap out, play with your food for. What is the Scourge of? Gift of Pain. Ooh, or you could do like Face the Darkness instead of. That might be where it's at. Face the Darkness instead of Infectious, and then. I'm gonna try this first, and then I'll try that. Only really fun, but he really strong too. It's like I need some challenges. I don't want to be complacent. But at the same time, I need to like. I think I want to like focus on some killers in the coming weeks. Like have days where I do singular killers. We can do 33 different days. God, a whole month just to focus on each killer. Wish I could do that like day to day. I want to do a day for each killer, and then also supply tips each of those days, and then I can be like, if you enjoyed the tips, the tips will be streaming live tonight. This killer, and we'll be learning more tips and tricks from the game and each other. What? Bony is bread? Bone is bread. Bony's bread. So we're 21% faster in dash, which is like a fifth faster. Plus, play with your food. We can get up to 15%. 15 plus 20, 35. Which is like a third faster. Wait a second. Darn it. Fudge me. I hope the stream hasn't been lagging. Bro. I shared display capture so we could read the patch notes, and then I didn't flip in. Bro, did you. Have I pulled anything? I hope I haven't been looking at anything on the main monitor. I don't think I have, but. I hope I didn't pull up Cheech Marin on the main monitor. Oddly, I feel like I blend in on this map even though I'm huge. At least the colors, I'm like green like the sky. Weird, this doesn't make noise anymore. Used to have a little shuffle, but when you raise this on. Trying to tell him to like have a chase. Get out from behind there. Breathers? Any breathers in the fog? Hey, big. where is she going? I should see her by now. This is like another screen build. It's cool to have more screen perks, honestly. Well, like for me, because I've been leaning into audio meta. I don't know why I keep using the word meta, so like encompassing. Just looking at things on the map. See? Oh, you were gonna say it. Maybe I haven't seen you. It's so hard to see scratch marks, man. Doesn't count. It did count for Quack. Oh, he did scream. This build. This build is pretty wild. What do here? I think he has a spirit, so I'm just gonna.
But these megs I'm hunting.
Another Meg to the belt. Get my play with tokens, but I'm gonna have to harass David a bit more, which I'm not making fun of. Not enough. Please save David, please. Good. I kind of want to do some thwack with like colorophobia or something. Or face the darkness with colorophobia. I've never thought about that. In the middle of a scream, set you back a little bit. Bro, what? I think I actually blended in. Maybe he didn't see me. One more for the road. One more token, please, please. We gotta go. We're in a rush. Yeah, there we go. Whee! Funny speed. Going at the speed of funny. I wonder what this looks like if it looks concerning. Oh no, I'm gonna run out. At last I found the make. I saw the blood flow. I think he understands, maybe. I thought I saw a big pool of blood somewhere. Oh. So delicious. I'm not. I could have like 3. I think that's like the sweet spot for Oreos is like 2 or 3. I think these are. Yeah. Wait. Sprint burst! How's it working? Because I want to save it for the other Meg, but I don't know where it should be. What would be a good? Except there's also like nothing else to break. Oh, Megger. I saw one run ahead. I think it was. Both here, one's upstairs. probably could have hit that, but I'm looking for the other one. Where'd you go? I had her for a split second and then... I wonder if she has lightweight. To track. Not that they've been hard to track, I just lose track of them. But I think I'm... I don't know if I'm on some Australia. Give me strength, David. Why can't I kick it? Can I kick it? So zoomy. She's finally elevated her awareness. For that. Get really lucky, like spin slam or something. That's so fun, dude. Look quick. I can zoom in, man. Zooming. Wait, was I? Yeah, 35. Like, what am I? Where am I getting these numbers? And it's like, from the add-ons, you dingus. I wonder if we've been going. I guess I closed. Oh. I realize we've been playing DVD for like 5 hours. Basically. Why do I hear like Transformers in that? Like I hear like a, you know. I said I was gonna try to. I crashed. I could go faster. Question is, I want to go faster. I'm going pretty fast. This feels like a big decision. Let's do debate and face the darkness. Do you hear it? Like, I swear. So many X's. How many X's do we have nowadays? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Almost a full page of hexes. Like 2 more. 1 more. 1 more, then we have a full page. Eesh. Oh my crash. Okay, we'll put thwack away. And we'll do chlorophobia. No, not this. Yeah, not chlorophobia. That does not work with face the darkness. This combo does not work. One sec. I can use screams to, yeah, regress. That one, that doesn't have the screen. I'm thinking like something, like my brain went to something that would like for skill checks, you know? Something that would make them progress. I think I have to put this away too. I could just do slap. I think I'm gonna go back to thwack. So they scream. Yeah, okay, so they scream if they're in my terror radius, scream if they're outside my terror radius. Covered. Scream build. It's cramming. But if I truly if I truly wanted all my bases covered, I would need blah 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 blah. What's that just about to? Oh yeah, infection. Ding dong, bing bong. Testing my mic levels. Test. Yeah, let's turn that up a little bit. Or I can just like Pull it in? Question mark? Why does it seem so low? Hopefully that's a good change. Just raised it up a little bit. Maybe I turned that down on accident at some point. Like I said, I had noticed on the prior VODs, I was just talking really quiet. I would love more feedback on it, you know, as it's happening. But nobody is as picky with the audio as I am, or even pays attention. I need my crutch. Bro, I'm not trying to spend all my blue points. No. My crutch. Ooh. There's like a screen. Color within 24 meters. I think I'm gonna do that. Iridescent family crest. Ooh. We had the speed build. Now this is like mostly screen build with a little bit left over from the speedy bits. I know some people are like really attached to like Shadowborn, but like I have like a whole bunch of perks I'm really attached to. I'm like, I fucking love these sleeper perks. Like Face the Darkness and wait, I had others in mind. I mean, Thwack is quickly becoming one of those. Dark Devotion. Hysteria. What else? What else? Retribution for like the combo. Wait, what am I even talking? What is? Oh yeah, sleeper. I'm so sorry. Those sleeper meta perks. But yeah, nobody uses retribution. Just trying to make sure I was still thinking in the same vein. I heckin' got hurt, What the fudge? What in the heck? But you could have given me a little bit more blood. I else. I should have like. I would have loved to hit and run. Honestly. We can just walk in here out in the open. Had a good chance. I was looking for real this time. Hey. Are you coming or going? Nice, good call. I love the screams. Oh man, I actually should have put infectious on this. Flag. Oh, he see me, right? Yeah. Oh, he didn't see me. He vaulted in. What the fuck? What the hell? What? Where? Where's he coming from? So close, man. Oh, what? Your teammate's still down. Does that mean I have like a pool of blood to drink from? That'd be cool. I don't know if downstate gives you blood though, to be honest. It does not. That's not good. What? What? I thought that was Claudette for a second. He's screaming. Where's Claudette? She's gotta be like. There we go. I was about to say she's gotta be in my territories, because if not, she'd be screaming. I almost got it. Oh, she's behind. Where is she going? Oh, there's dinner family. Nice, nice. Protection hit. I would actually. I'm just trying to drink her right now. Give me some of that. Yeah, I can scream in the locker. She's got her. Face the darkness, man. Oh, Borgo. Somebody get her. They do be trying to zippity zap that zippity zap. I think I read their movements, so give me some of that blood. The last one with hook states in them. Upstairs. Oh, I wanted to see if I could deny say with scream. I almost actually got him there. I was just messing around with him, but with that timing, I was testing the timing. Man, I hate how many people I let go these days, kind of. But I only hate it because of the quote-unquote MMR, which I don't even know, like it's unfathomable how it even works. Let's see if I can get up on that ledge. No. I'm gonna have to clun it another time. I don't have to, but
I am going to. Oh my gosh.
Cloddy poo. Is she even looking at me? Where'd you go? fun with DMS too. Jeez. Did you get an auger? I love it. Need more juice. I'm messing around with I actually have a challenge, so thank you.
What? Give me more.
I don't think I finished it. Yep. When he's grumbling to himself. That didn't work. Rexy, don't worry. Nah, he's fine. I would love to show them the trick, but it's real late in the time for that. We're gonna go everywhere. Could do whatever you want once you're standing. Get some ice cream. Can run out of game. We can stand by fire. Trying to like I was trying to whatchamacallit, rabbit season, duck season here. Trick her into leaving by like not being alternating. Glad you enjoyed. You could also do this with plaything. Pretty good too. Crows! I was just saying, they have so many invisible walls on second floors these days, you like can't get away with any of that. Even on Borgo, like recently, they put up a wall on the second floor, so you can't like make full map hatchet snipes. It's sad. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Wishing you some more good matches. Been having some fun matches tonight. Love that match. Thanks for the good vibes. Yeah, of course. We're always trying to bring some wholesome good vibes, especially in this game. Like, I don't know. Sometimes you can read the survivor's hours, and sometimes you don't know. So just like to be flexible and. Yeah, try to make sure everybody's having an okay time to the best of my ability, but sometimes that's something you can't control. Do you have any favorite killer to play against? I love taking that as a little springboard, you know. As a little suggestion to what to play next. Plague and Spirit are my killer mates. I'm down for some Plague. I'm like interested. I'm thinking about trying Gearhead on her. A new Gearhead. Yeah. And I usually am a Plague who can't like vomit directly on players. I like the quote unquote meme add-on, which is infect objects, but we will do increase velocity. Increase effectiveness. Does that work with contamination? Like, increase the charge rate. Radius to scream. Ooh! This would just automatically be good with Dark Devotion if it's for some reason. I like that. I like that. Let me try this. Game of Foot. Why was I gonna run Game of Foot? Yeah, so I can just mix people up with the obsession. Hopefully it's a fun build. I have no gen slowdown, but not sure I'll need it. Nurse is always a great one. It's so rewarding when you face a good nurse. I don't think most people would agree with you, but I like your spirit. I think most people will just like stand still under a hook and wait to be hooked. Or it's like hyperbolic, but at the same time not. I love this headpiece. I don't remember these little tassels. It's nice. Blinded out Plague. Pudding. Nurse is another killer that I'd be interested to try. This perk on Gearhead. Gearhead seems like it would be really good on Nurse, like really good. Like mid chase, just divert onto a Gearhead info. Good. Like I would do that even if it's like a full health survivor. I'd be like, "Ma, you're mine now." Gearhead could probably even be good for getting that challenge where you have to get 3 blinks and then a grab. Ooh, geez. That'd actually be a solid build. Gearhead and bookmark. Like started to think more about that build, but like that's already so ridiculous. Like I don't need to do much, I feel like. Also, Thwack on Nurse seems like it might be good. I might try that out. I just don't. I steer away from what people consider like high tier killers generally. Because I like to be challenged and I like people to be having fun, so like a lot of reasons overlapping. These gens, the COVID. It's gonna be so weird being able to like vomit on survivors. Was that Leon that made the notification then? I guess, maybe. Nope, I just okay. I just made a bad choice. Where? What? I don't know how you avoided all of it. Getting stuck on this tree. Little bit of mommy in my life. Bro, I'm doing bad with this vomit right now. I haven't actually used the vomit in years. Not years. I think I'm gonna tag for nice live. Good live. That's still sick. Ooh yeah. I knew it was impending. I didn't know the timing was gonna be that good. What? Oh, it's inside. I was gonna drink from that. Just checking if they were healing. I don't know why. Well, they wouldn't be able to. Of course. I should know. I should know better. God, that timing on the infection for Leon was chef's kiss. I'm still red. Was he crouched right in front of that? Maybe. The gen might have saved him there. Oh, green vomit. Still goes for that, really. Well, at least I get good. Catch it. So I'm like actually 10%. Devotion is on. Looking for any like Gearhead info, but I don't know if they see me coming, but I'm coming.
Well, I'm here. You know, I'm coming.
Get her outside. The snowball that is plague. I've seen a lot of plagues recently, and she good. She's like an unconventional kind of good, but she's really good. Let's see. I also really enjoy Plague, but again, like I have a high regard for her, so I'll like step up the gas. Shortest chase. Honestly, you should have just let her drink. But save like 6 seconds.
I see you.
Play house or something. Like, take me to the house. Take me to the house. Take me to the house. Meet me at the house. Somebody's been here. At least I can hit the ledges, like, pretty on target with vomit. That's good, at least. Good to know I can hit a non-moving target. There was a time where play with your food tokens were activated by vomit. So you could have 3 tokens while vomiting red puke and not lose a single token. It was a wild time for plague mains. Not plague mains, honestly. Wow. I guess I didn't wait long enough. Kate has 1, Leon has 1. Which means Michaelis has 1, but it might be the other one. That's what I did. Straight. Ooh, that felt good. That's like a nice little snappy bomb. Quick snappy little bomb. No tokens, so I'm gonna make distance and then come back. Another token, please. You wanna throw that? I want 20% speed with red vomit. 20% speed with. Really? Really? Okay, well. Fuck it.
What do you mean?
Zooming around. I'm just trying to get my last 2 hugs. I thought the 2 Michaelas looked the same, but they do not. There's like another hook over here. Should get in the locker. He's down the hook. Oh wait, do you? Oh yeah, you do. You still have the hook. I forgot that I had the scared. She's gotta have an extra hook. I can't think of, yeah.
Pick him up.
That's the main thing I wanted to have happen this game is like get value from Obsession going sick. Only for Batman.
Rear.
Go on, you rascals. Get out of here. Did they update this visual or is it just me? I feel like her blighted cosmetic has more pokies and things on it. Look at it again. Was I spooky? Thank you. She's a very good killer. Good luck in your matches. They said I was very spooky. Love it. I think I need a little. Ooh, that's kind of good timing. I was thinking about shifting games to Hades. I was thinking about getting a snack, enchilada. Last night. Oh, look at this! Thank you for the follow. Wait, who dat? Who dat? Who this? Mads, thank you for the follow. Are you streaming right now too? Hope that was a fun match for y'all. I don't play Plague very often. I mean, I love her, but there's low-key a like request suggestion for Plague, so excited to try out the new Gearhead rework on it. I honestly was not paying attention to Gearhead, but just getting engagement after engagement. Not streaming? What are you doing? I'm just messing. I hope you're having a good night and some good games, some fun matches. When I put it to tell you to go away and it worked, I was laughing. I'm very cooperative. That's like, it's kind of, I don't know, I feel like it could be weird to somebody who is not super familiar with this game, but I love, like, I really love the communication and like social aspect of it. It's a very social game to me. Even though it's like mostly non-verbal communications, it's interesting. I meet so many like fun people. That's why I've been playing it since like 2016. because it's at the core, it's like a great community. Like, F this match flags aren't my favorite, but you changed my mind. Oh, I'm glad. She's yeah, kind of unrelenting. And yeah, there's been a lot of plagues lately. I forgot that I was wearing the spooky cosmetic most of the match. Should have brought y'all candy. This weapon is so weird. Better than some of the games I've played tonight, at least. Solo queue has been rough. I was doing some solo queue since like the update, and some killers are just like only looking to tunnel. And I made it out of some games when they were like tunneling me, but either way, I was just like, oh my gosh, I'm just like, do not want this. Like, please give me killer incentive. I need that BP. I usually go where the BP carries me. Just ran out of incentive. Aw, look at her little frowny face. I think I might take a little snack break, and I've been trying to add stuff to a list of like things we can watch on stream. I was adding a bunch of DVD developer diaries that I was interested in, and I just gotta figure out which of my YouTubes that would be on. Heck. Oh, okay. Sorry, nobody was shot. That was YouTube. Some of these videos I have queued up are like, what? You can watch DVD Crush My Spirits. I was thinking that was you were recommending a YouTube video, and then I was like, I get it. First person POV for that, baby. I'll crush your spirits. No, I'm just playing. Wow, I wanted candy too. I was about to get tunneled. No, you were just like one of the last people with hooks. I wanted you to run to main house. I was trying to. I hit you, but then I was trying to like wait out and see if you would go to a tile. I wanted to chase. And Leon was tapped out at that point. He'd been hooked twice, and I was kind of confused which Michaela was which. So like, how many times have I hooked? I do my best not to tunnel, but sometimes it's like so inconvenient not to, and it's like literally just walking away into a dead map. But it's like, whatever, it's a game. I feel like I'm like actually one of the most chill killers ever, probably. Chill killer that is also cracked and like experienced. Okay. We have Ghostface behind the scenes. Resident Evil behind the scenes. Tools of Torment behind the scenes. I want to watch all these, but if I'm away, okay. Give me a sec. I'm gonna heat up my enchilada, and then I'll turn this on for y'all, so we can watch it together while I wait. Ghostface always. I knew that would be. Gotta save the best for last. You know what I mean? Seemed like a very chill killer. I've gone through my phases. I've been like, give me the 4Ks. But that was a long time ago. That was like I've been playing since like 2016, 2017. So I vividly remember when like we were up to here, and then I remember playing Hag. I think I took like a short break from like maybe Cannibal's release. I don't know. Honestly, I've been like very closely tied to this game for years. It's kind of wild to think about because they release content pretty often, but back up to the pig, I was like so focused on 4Ks, and then I started to like level out and be like, you know what, I'm gonna play what I enjoy. Just have a good time. Except for Ghosty and Mikey, thank goodness. I'm glad somebody is not just a Ghosty fan. Because I love like all stealth killers, like Pig, Ghostface, and Mikey are so good, so sweet to me. Yeah. Okay, let me be right back. I won't be more than like 2 minutes. Alright, I'm back. Mads, if you like stealth killers, you'll be happy to know that stealth killers were stealth buffed this patch, and it says it in the patch. Not that they were stealth buffed. It says, okay, let me pull this up for you, because I was like kind of amazed, because I've heard nobody mention this, and I've at least watched somebody. I've at least watched 2 to 3 people read through the patch notes. I'm gonna mute myself for a second. Okay, I'm back. I will show you exactly what I'm talking about. If I recall, it was at the very end. Maybe not at the very end. It was. I guess I didn't read to the very end. I got really excited when I hit this spot. Where is it? Audio. I remember it being a little blurb. Wait, I'm reading this for a second. Fix the delay in the DIARIES suppression after manifesting. Oh, yeah, I do kind of remember that. Where is it? Where actually is it? Perhaps it was. Oh. Okay. Found it. Miscellaneous. The undetectable effect now mutes the audio progressively in all cases, to mimic the killer moving away. Previously, there were some add-ons that were removing the tear radius instantly. So rather than an instant cutoff on, like if Ghostface is right around the corner and he goes undetectable, then the tear radius is going to ramp down rather than instantly cutting. So you'll have, in that case, you wouldn't have a clear indication if he went into stealth or actually left you. Like, how has nobody? This is so big. It's like a slight, I don't know. It's like a slight buff, but it's really significant for most cases. If you're playing with audio. And I mean now people can play with the visual tear radius, but I would expect that to work the same. Which might be even more misleading. Now undetectable killers, if you have people going off of the visual info, now it's not just like an undetectable killer, it's like a disinformation killer. You're like misinforming them that you went away when really you're just about to stab them in the back. So hooray for stealth killers. We love it. I want to say excited, but I'm not. I was playing against some ghosties and my teammates were just like getting destroyed and I was like, what is going on? Like, Ghosty usually does pretty good, but I was like, what is happening? Why can they not keep up? My ass is going to scream anytime I get spooked, I can tell. Good. It makes the game more fun, I feel like. Actual, like, returning to actual spooks and scares. I have a killer build for Spirit that's really spooky. I was thinking about running Gearhead on it. Oh, there's one. So, Gearhead. Actually, I might not have any space for that. So the idea is, you got Furin, which the phasing sound is heard by all survivors across the entire map when you're phasing. And so it's it kind of plays off of gen pressure. You kick a gen, well, it like conditions them into being scared, but also gaining false comfort that you might be like across the map. So you naturally like fake defend gens. You kick a gen, and then you go to a corner of that room, and you phase and stand still. Go into Insidious, and then even if you run out of phase, you can just stand there. And that has worked for me, even though they should know better. But it's really goofy and like really scary to the survivors because they'll think you're gone, they'll touch the gen, get Dragon's Grip, and then you're just right there to insta down them. So it's kind of gimmicky, but we love those. I want to see you scare people. I wish there. Oh man, I would love proximity chat in this game, like especially for customs, specifically for customs, but like something to indicate when a player gets scared would fuel me. I've been making a bunch of like scream builds recently for both for audio info and like on occasion you'll like come around a corner and a survivor will scream and it just feels like immersive. It just feels good. I'm like, yes, screaming. Just use Discord for customs. My friends and I do that, but it's like it's not proximity chat. There was like a small group of people who figured that out for Among Us. I'm pretty sure, who like self-implemented proximity chat. I'm almost surprised it hasn't been created for private servers or something. Even Prop Night has a similar function. It doesn't have like proxy chat, it has like proxy farts. And you can bait people with the farts. It's super goofy, but and you can also like use it when they're about to hook you, you can fart and stuff. It's silly, but kind of charming. And as you're a prop, you can like fart as a prop. And then there's a killer who disguises himself as survivors, and so you can disguise yourself as a survivor and fake a fart. It's amazing. Mind-blowing gameplay.
Delusion fart.
I might take us to a certain map. Larry's would be good. Indoor maps. Yeah, let's go to Larry's. Larry's or Mary's? What do you think? Buggy Saloon. No, I'm just making shit up. Larry's, okay, yeah. And then we have like increased haunting duration, but you can go with the Yaku Yoke amulet, which is better for the build. But it's a big ramp up. Favorite map, 10 out of 10? Really? I don't think I've ever heard that. I feel like I've only recently gotten used to Larry's, and even though I say that, like today, I feel like I've gotten more used to Larry's. Cause today I saw a picture of the layout, and I had never seen that, and I was like, oh, okay, that's actually got it. Big room at the south. Wait, what is that? Southeast. Then you have main room at the north. Like TV's at the north side. Big room at the southeast. Like shower room, big long shower room at the southeast. What's your favorite killer for Larry's? And why do you like it so much? I love the lighting in the main room. Doing Maury's in the main room is notably cinematic, like in a great way. Like Dredge, please eat me in the center room. The underlighting. Jump scare Mikey? Okay. Very valid. I haven't played Jump Scare Mikey in a while. For a while, I was like maining double mirror mic because you get like quadruple the devious points. I know that using ability for like approach isn't the best idea, but I guess I'm just gonna go after. Hello? Hello. But yeah, I love Myers and like Vanity Mirror. Wait, no, I'm mostly more of a Scratch guy, but both. What is going on with the lighting here? What is this? Wait, it's light outside? What? It's not snowy? Bro, what is, what? What? What is happening? What? Clip that, please. I've seen. I'm so confused. What is real and fake right now? No, it's happening again. I don't know what it is. No info, darn. But was there a blindness effect on me? What was that symbol on my right? Oh my gosh, I had 3 whiff swings on her. Oh, no. This is not how I want to play the build, but I kind of... It gets easier... I actually lost it. Never mind. It gets easier to do the shenanigans once you narrow down a few things. Alright, Chase is up with her, so I'm gonna do this. Oh. Maybe some scares. Maybe some scares. I honestly love encountering bugs on stream. It makes it feel even more special. Cause sometimes like I'll have a clip and I'm like, is this really worth like sharing? But if I'm on stream, I don't have to like even worry about.
Shaker.
I'm just a shy little fella. Alright, I'm gonna Dragon's Grip. Actually, I can probably just hit it. Spirit sounded like Hunk when she was picking up. Was she trying to be friendly? I don't know what that was. My brain is blanking on her name. I wanted to call her Claire, then Clyde, then Kyle. It's like even her gender. I guess the names could be non-gender if you want them. Oh, and also the undetectable buff. Oh my god. Undetectable buff. Because it ramped down instead of cutting off. Hoggers! That's gonna change the game, honestly. People are gonna like start understanding the value of undetectable. Which, like, to be fair, I always thought people slept on. Everything is becoming so like, surface in this game. Like, everybody knows about everything almost. It's like, oh. Like, info gets circulated so much. This passive phase. I love passive phase games. I'll be back, but lurking. Thank you for the lurk. Thanks for having me. I appreciate whatever you're doing. But yeah, I appreciate the support in any capacity. So appreciate whatever. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know where I'm going. I kind of want to dragon script this gen and maybe see if I can get that value. Keep being like non-committed to my ideas. I'll take that. I'm kind of being nice to them. Not to the Mia, obviously. But to ask him endgame if I got any spooks out of him. Some killers you can like, I feel like you can like backwards lunge with and do really weird things. But I guess you can do it with anybody, you just have to be really, it's gonna be in here. Wow, I'm surprised they didn't. Give it. There's a pallet! There's 2 pallets! Oh, nice, she's gonna flame, okay. Oh, shoot, right, baby. I can't remember who has the hook states. I think I knew, and then I lost track. I think it's Rebecca, right? Rebecca. The flashlight is still going.
What the fuck?
Take it back! Take it back, Rebecca! She put a sentry turret.
Building a sentry here.
Girl's got a sentry turret. Wait.
Wow, there we go. Building a sentry here.
She's hacking. Hacking. She makes it out, right?
I'll be back. I'm lurking.
I could have read it like that the whole time and I didn't.
I'll be back. I'm lurking. GG's. Any good spooks?
You know what? I heated up my food, and I forgot to eat the food. Just wanted to another rest. Right. Let us watch some Dev Diaries. We're behind the scenes. Key match, and I loved it. I'm so glad we went to Lery's instead of Mary's. Okay. An exclusive Sons of the Forest multiplayer trailer. Get rid of that. Okay. We'll watch the Skull Merchant one first, because that is recent, and I also want to hear them tease me. I don't want to hear them, but we're going to hear them tease about how she should be like the Predator. Even. Yeah. Malding. Pull days up. Food, everybody get their snacks and some hydration.
So, of course, like any new chapter that we add to Dead by Daylight, we want to add new gameplay opportunities.
And in this chapter, we decided to look at technology.
It was important for us, for the survivors, to feel like they were constantly being hunted by an apex predator. She is everywhere, she probably knows where you are, and she will kill you.
The theme of that technology, I feel, it doesn't feel as like echoed in her design. Like,
So one of the
I mentioned the Skull Merchant like redesign concept I saw with like the skull on the face, and like there's just no thematic reflection in the two. They feel so isolated to me. But
Things that we're always looking for on Dead by Daylight is different ways to interpret and interact with horror. We started to take a look at how the fast pace of modern technology can generate a sense of unease and
watched,
fear
like, 1
unto
minute
itself.
of this, and
What can that technology
was
do
just
in
a
the hands
total
of people who are
disagreement.
more aggressive, more predatory? And in turn, how can that technology end up corrupting people even further?
So for this killer power, we had this idea for a long time to use surveillance around the map so that we really change the perception and how we play as a survivor. When you're far from the killer, you need to be careful as well.
Those
She
just
can
seem
spot
like
you
different
from
concepts.
any place on the map.
they're talking
And the
about
killer
like
really had
Corruptive, more predator unto itself. What
They're talking
can that
about being
technology do
predatory
in the
with
hands of people
tools.
who are more aggressive, more predatory?
which yeah,
And in
tools are cool,
turn,
but
how can that technology end up corrupting people
then
even further?
they're
So
talking
for
about
this
like,
killer power, we had this idea
Such a
for a long
disconnect,
time
I'm
to use
confused.
surveillance around the map so that we really change the perception and how we play as a survivor. When you're far from
there's
the
no
killer,
sense
you
of
need to be
danger
careful
from
as
the
well.
drones,
She
in
can
my
spot
opinion,
you from any place on the map.
So the Skull Merchant is this interesting parallel between absolute predatory ruthlessness. We're portraying this in the way she moves, in the way she approaches actions. Even her technology itself has a brutality to it. But she's also has an elegance to her. She comes from a fairly wealthy background and isn't afraid to indulge in the finer things in life. We get to play with this interesting idea of her being someone who, in a corporate context, could cut up a rival company for parts or cut up people for parts.
I think what makes her unique is there's this constant feeling of observation. She always has eyes all over the map.
So we came with this very interesting character, a slasher that not only use a knife, but pieces of technology to be able to use that surveillance mechanic. The drones are great tools
I didn't even-
for the killer to locate and force the survivors to
I was talking about thematic dissonance. I didn't even realize her eyeball is supposed to be the drone's eye. Like who made that connection?
navigate
It's not like there's no
the map in a different way.
The survivor's goal is to get close to the drones in order to perform the hacking drone interaction. And when they do that, they'll be presented
see
with
the
directional
intention
inputs.
now,
If
but
they
it's just
enter the
like
sequence
kinda-
correctly, the drone will be returned to the killer's inventory and they'll get a claw trap.
Underwhelming.
If they fail, the drone will enter the active state.
I hate to be nitpicky.
So
I'm
the
just-
Skull
I'm just
Merchant,
trying to,
before her days in the fog,
improve or like give constructive criticism. That's all I'm trying to do. So if
she used to
In
hunt
theory.
only the best of the best. She wants the best trophies. And so because she has
Developer
resources herself,
resistance.
she secretly have like a little home base that she travels with. You can see that as some sort of hunting camp, but more high-tech. And this thing is dropped into a zone where she's going to do her kill. So that's exactly what the map is. It's this little camp that's been dropped into a map that already exists.
I think that could have been really interesting too. Like, I did notice that about the mannequin. She has like bits of humans, like mixed in. It's like, why are you like all you have is your blades? You're just like slashing up mannequins with your like humanized mannequins with your blade. Like, okay, but if she had been like harvesting resources and if that was visible, I think that could have been really interesting.
Exists. So she's adding to Shelter
It would
Woods.
have
We
been
wanted
would
to
have been
find a way to
something that would-
represent the duality of her
like a very open field for elaboration in like visual design, you know, a lot more to work with.
character in the environment itself.
just,
We
like,
get to
these
show the
wires.
fashionable and wealthy side of her, but we also get to show the bloody, dark, gritty, and brutal side of her as well.
Like I did like her shop, to be fair, like her little her place on Shelter Woods, her what is it, her hunting shelter, but like thinking about the concept of like almost like Meet Your Maker, how they have okay, maybe I'm gonna erase that comparison, but I just think it would be really cool to double down on that idea that she can like harvest her resources, whether it's through technology.
We love when our community creates stories around our different survivors and killers. And that's something that we've seen through the years, are stories on how survivors could have been friends or how are they linked together. So for this
like those are three interesting like themes that I just don't
chapter, we wanted to introduce our first survivors that are linked for real. They are family.
I love the parallels we're playing with here. We have a cold, calculating apex predator playing
First survivors
What a dog.
that are linked for real. They are family.
I love the parallels we're playing with here. We have a
I love
cold,
that- I love that
calculating
Survivor-
apex predator, and we're
Survivors being
contrasting
brother and
that
sister.
with
I
the
think that was a great
community-driven
addition. Both play off each
connection
other really
of
well.
our two survivors who are siblings. So we get to play with the idea of unity and community-focused versus something cold and unrelenting and destructive.
Leg.
And that was very interesting narrative-wise and lore-wise. It was also something quite interesting for gameplay. We're introducing a new type of perk. Two perks, actually. One for Renato, one for Toledo. And when both
Their
of these
mannequins
perks
are
are
just, like,
used by
duct
different
taped,
players
right?
in the same match at the same time,
They're just,
they
like, duct
unlock
taped together.
something more powerful. So this is a very new and interesting take on perks, and we can't wait to see how players are going to react and use them.
What I'm really looking forward to is for killer players to feel like that apex predator that the character is meant to be.
Looking for her next challenge, looking for her
saying
next
it.
kill,
Being on the hunt
He's so
predator that the character is meant to be.
looking
I feel like
For her
he
next
knows
challenge,
something we
looking-
don't.
for her next kill.
Being on the
you
hunt
know?
and going in close for the kill. And as for the survivors, I'm really looking forward to the dodging of the scan lines and getting close to the drone to disable it, and also the hacking interaction for the drones.
We're super proud of the content of Tools of Torment, and we can't wait for you to experience it in Dead by Daylight. Super proud.
Getting close for the kill.
I feel I just want it to be Predator, and now I'm making like conspiracy theories. But this guy looks so genuinely delighted with his work, and I also feel like it's cut from a prior interview. Like something
And as for the
different.
survivors, I'm really looking forward to
And then-
the dodging of the scan lines and getting close
And then they got
to
two
the drone
other
to disable it, and
interviews
also
after
the hacking
fact.
interaction for the drones.
We're super proud of the content of Tools of Torment, and we can't wait for you to experience it in Dead by Daylight.
Abstergo. I'm sorry, I had so much to say about it. Okay, Nemesis, and then I skipped to Ghostface. Nemesis, and then Ghostface.
If you take any random people out there and you ask
What did I
what's their
say, Matthew? Thank you. Bust on this one and just keep.
Hi, I'm Guna, VFX producer at Mathematics Studio.
And I'm Manu, the CG supervisor for this trailer.
Bro, they modeled
As a
all
big
of
fan
that.
of Resident Evil,
I mean, I
CG
guess
supervisor
I knew
for this
that because it was in the trailer, but
trailer.
as a big fan of Resident Evil license, it was a great pleasure to work on this trailer.
I wonder if in theory they have like the Resident Evil streets. I was expecting that with the I said I would shut up and I'm not. I was expecting us to like I was expecting an expansion on R.P.D, not like
It was very motivating and challenging, mixing the worlds of Dead by Daylight and Resident Evil.
this is I love seeing
One
all
of the big
little
challenges for this
permutations as they
trailer
get
was
to
to work with these 4 iconic characters from Resident Evil. Every player knows their face and look, so we gave particular attention to each detail. The rainy night atmosphere wasn't easy to handle, but it led to what we could expect from the Resident Evil universe. The crafting process is often the same. First, we start with a script describing the action. Then we go to storyboarding, putting pictures on these words. The next step is previs. We roughly build the 3D scenes with basic animations to get the story pace and the framings. animation and lighting will give life, action, and emotion to the movie.
I honestly love seeing all these overlaps side by side. It's really interesting to me. Good job, right?
And finally, the process ends with compositing, which gives the final look of the movie.
We had the chance to collaborate again with the talented Neil Huxley.
We are very thankful for the chance to work with Behavior and Capcom.
That looks fucking crazy.
And Capcom.
What? Like, where is this coming from? Is this from Capcom or is this Behavior?
Very thankful for the.
We had the chance to collaborate again with the talented Neil Huxley.
Okay. We are very thankful for the chance to work with Behavior and Capcom. They both have games with strong identity, and the opportunity to mix it into one trailer was outstanding.
No, give me the top right one. They don't give it to me.
The opportunity to mix it into one trailer was outstanding.
They skip it. It's got to be this pass, and then they just skip a pass.
And the opportunity to mix it into one trailer was outstanding.
Curse you. I'm really interested to see this. I love these. I only recently found these. Please, more. Is there one on the artist? Cause oh my god, that would be super interesting. I'm super excited for this one because, as you know, Ghostface is a licensed killer, but he's also like fairly originally interpreted for DVD. So
if you take any random people out there and you ask what's their list of the top 10 killers in the world of horror, Ghostface is gonna be somewhere in there. Not only is it an extremely iconic look, it's a mask that everybody's seen, everybody knows, everybody can relate to, but it's also the first time where we have an opportunity to create our own character wearing that iconic mask. And it's very interesting because what we ended up doing with it is a character that's very bold and very enthusiastic, and probably the killer that we have in the game right now that's the happiest about being in the entity's realm.
For me, the goal was to create a character who could hide in plain sight and who would take on a mask at night. So I created a character called Jed Olsen, who is on the road. He's a journalist, but he's actually a serial killer called Danny Johnson. The actual mask is not really what makes him unique. It's really the fact that he's able to hide in plain sight, to be blending in the everyday. That's his true mask, actually. And that narcissistic, playful side of him is something that was kind of new and that we wanted to push and explore. And you'll see it in different aspects of his personality with the specific mori that he gets, but also the add-ons and the quotes that you can see in the game.
One of the biggest challenges was to
she sounds like she's really like she. What was her position? She was the narrative designer. So she designed that narrative for Ghostface. I feel like she could equally be like a character designer.
So you can see in the game.
You know, job titles there, just job titles, but I wonder if she like whoever owns the Ghostface license. I wonder if she pitched it because
one of the biggest challenges was
attached to it,
fit
and
the
she
mask
sounds
with
like
another outfit, which was different from the one that people know.
So
we tried several concepts. For the first one, we wanted something that felt like it was our own version of the Ghostface outfit. So we went with a look.
Where did the name Danny Johnson come from? She said Jed Olsen specifically.
That is more urban, stealthy, very menacing. So for the second outfit, we went with the Devil's Mask. For the outfit, we decided to go with a more ghostly effect. So it's like a big robe, but it's always moving.
So there's one very interesting mechanic in Dead by Daylight, something that's appreciated by survivors and killers, is a stalking mechanic. So it's been a while that we wanted to recreate another character that uses this ability, and Ghostface is a perfect fit. But we wanted to have a twist on it though. You approach stealthily the survivor, you have to stay concealed so that they don't see you, so that you're able to unlock stalking and then unlock the full power of the character.
Wanted to add a twist, bro. You
Playing Ghostface is really
twist,
interesting and different than other characters that we have, since he has like this
here to copy and paste
different
killers.
approach to get to
Okay,
survivors, right? So as you're patrolling, you need to use the map to stay concealed. That's a new way to play, and it's pretty exciting. What's cool about this power is that it creates genuine stress for the survivors. You really have to be on the lookout for that Ghostface mask.
The first time that we played a prototype, you could hear the people scream on the floor. Like you knew that they were playing against the Ghostface.
Facing a stealthy character in Dead by Daylight, a character like Ghostface is going to be super creepy. Ghostface is a character that's been requested so often by the community, and we're so stoked that we finally have him.
The way you can
Ghostface is a legend.
It's a really fun new mechanic that we're putting in there. It's a really cool, visually exciting character. Go out there and enjoy it.
Can scare people, you know, because if they're immersed as a survivor, they'll be like, oh, my life is at risk. You know? Well, that's okay. But they will feel that way. Scream.
Hello, friends. This is Uts.
Hey, Uts. Bye, Uts. Okay. Man. What now? I was planning on streaming a bit more, but like, I kind of want to call it there. It's been a good lengthy stream. Yeah, I might call it here. See if we have anybody to raid. I kind of want to play Hyperlight Drifter on stream. I've been thinking about that. Thinking about what we can play for like a solo game that won't take months to finish at this rate, like Elden will. We'll get back to Elden Sunday. Oh man, we've been streaming so much and it's good, but like I gotta take time to balance and catch up with what I've been talking about. Nobody's online. Sway's online. Y'all probably know him in the DVD community, but I hate doing like small raids in a bigger stream. Self-conscious. So we'll just call it. It's been great hanging out with y'all today. Very chill and goofy, and met some great people. Thanks again for the follow, Mads and Crows or Grimoire, whatever. I think I like saying Grimoire more. We didn't finish checking all of the new cosmetics. I forgot about that. We can do that right now. I can do that right now. There's just some for Renato and Hattie. I love this cosmetic, honestly. I think it looks great. I would definitely wear that on Hattie. Except she still does like the hair flip and it looks weird. This, they posted like a meme about this outfit, I think. And I wanted the meme outfit. I don't know, I'm not crazy about any of Skill Merchant's cosmetics, even this one, like it just looks weird by itself. Man, look at that chunk of cheek. Just reach out and I think I need this this dress for Thalita. Super cute. Family reunion. Except like both of these hairs are like so similar. like this one, but this one's like more natural. And the Grim campaign. I do not like this outfit. I like this base piece, which reminds me of Spirit's cosmetic. And then the helmet's just big and clunky. Looks so weird. I just want a normal knight helmet. Like, bro, what is this? The hair. Looking like a goober. It's I like their sets. So cute. At collection S367 underscore name. Both of Renatos are bugging out. That looks snazzy. He looks good in this shirt. It looks really good on him. Okay. I'm gonna call it there. Thanks for tuning in. I'll be back Saturday. 2 days from, well, like, more like 1 day. Gosh, happy Friday. Wow. Who knows? Maybe I'll do stream today too if I have the time. But should do some video production. The breakout stream we did, like, I can't remember if it was last stream or two streams ago. There's some really fun matches and good times there, and also with Logan. I wanna splice some of those into some footage, some good breakout saves. Okay. Y'all take care of yourself, and have a good week. We'll see you when I see you. Take care of yourself. I already said that, but I care so much about you, and I really appreciate you guys supporting me through like any means. It builds me up in ways you don't even know. Helps with, like, I don't know, like, it's so weird, like, I don't know how to describe it. I'm just very, very thankful, and I don't see my weaknesses as like issues, but I guess I do have like kind of a lot of issues, and like both serious and non, or I don't know what I'm saying. But anyways, I'm out. Weird place to transition at. But I appreciate you guys so much and the support you give, and I will see you